or minutes of those meetings?
Not provided.
Thank you. Let us go to paragraph 12 of your affidavit.
I'm there.
You will confirm that you were not present
I have
at the
confirmed.
assembly
Yes.
when this impeachment motion was being discussed.
Yes.
You also proceed to allege that you sent someone to test waters or something.
Yes.
Have you called that person here to testify to that effect?
He has not been called.
Thank you. Wouldn't that person have been the person to be called to confirm these allegations?
We have the OB through which he reported the matter.
Has it been produced in your affidavit, sir?
No.
Thank you. In that, I find this paragraph 12 of your affidavit very interesting.
Yes.
How many members of the assembly are there, Meru County Assembly?
69.
69.
Yes.
How many members were present during the discussion of the motion?
59.
And in paragraph 12, the very last sentence of paragraph 12, can you read it for the Senate?
We ended up staying away after 10 members. Away the 10 members after the others, and they carved into intimidation and crossed over.
So it is your testimony that 10 members stayed away? That is correct?
Yes.
And 59 members were in the house?
Yes.
So this allegation that there was someone who was sent and got beaten and whatnot and other stories is just a fabrication.
It's not a story.
Mr. Muna, mathematics tells me that 59 plus 10 makes 69.
Exactly.
If 10 stayed away and 59 were in the house, where is the extra 70th member coming from that is being sent to test the waters?
Extra what?
The 70th member that is being sent to test the waters.
Mathematics also informs me that one was out of the 10. He was beaten, he didn't get in. That makes them 10. 59 plus 10 is 69.
Bwana Josephat, confirm that the functions of a member of the county assembly are legislation and oversight.
They are.
Confirm that impeachment is one of the oversight measures that the House can take.
It is.
Confirm that there is no member of the National Assembly who has a vote at the county assembly.
Confirmed.
Okay. My second last question to you, Bwana Muna. I want you to look at our volume 4. Page 3 of our volume 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Are you there?
I am.
Confirm that your name appears on that page.
It does.
What number is your name?
59.
And your signature?
It is.
And your ID number?
Exactly.
Wanamuna, in accordance to your standing orders,
Yes.
and specifically just give me a moment, when I speak, I'm sorry. You are conversant with your standing orders,
Yes, I am.
and specifically standing order number 65. That is where standing order number 65 starts.
Yes.
I want us to go to page 265,
I'm there.
and I want you to read for me standing order number 65-4.
65-4. And I read, when the order for the motion is read, the speaker shall refuse to allow the member to move the motion unless the speaker is satisfied that the member is supported by at least a third of all the members of the assembly to move the motion, provided that within the 7 days notice, the clerk shall cause to be prepared and deposited in his office a list of all members of the assembly with an open space against each name for purposes of spreading signatures, which list shall be entitled signatures in support of a motion for the removal of Meru County Governor by impeachment.
And you confirm that it is pursuant to order 65-4, or rather 65-4 was adhered to, and that is why you signed, where you have said you signed.
Yes.
From the reading of order 65-4, it is not possible for a member to be coerced or forced to sign.
It is possible.
Were you coerced?
Yes, I was.
Have you produced any evidence that you were?
In the affidavit, it is mentioned.
Which paragraph?
Number 6. And also number 8.
You say that you received calls instructing you or urging you or whatever.
Receiving calls is a way.
Where does it say in this affidavit that you are forced to sign?
Do you know the content of the calls?
Where does it say that you are forced?
In the calls.
Sorry?
In the calls.
Can you read 65-5? Order 65-5?
(65-5), and I read, any signature appended to the list as provided under paragraph 4 shall not be withdrawn.
Are you aware, sir, that you cannot run away from a document that you have signed in law?
Yes.
Are you aware, sir, that a signature appended under Order 65 cannot be withdrawn, just like you've read?
Yes.
I put it to you, Wanamuna, that you signed in support of the impeachment motion a signature which is irrevocable, no less. And then when you were taken to Masai Mara with the other 9 members, is when you decided to change your mind.
The Masai Mara story, I've heard it from you.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield some of my time to my colleague Kawira. I'm done with my cross-examination.
Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Senators, my name is Kawira. I have not more than 3 questions for the witness. Mr. Muna,
Yes.
from the video that was played,
Yes.
you said that the captions that are written in that video are part of the video.
Yes.
Are the speakers in that video speaking in English or the Meru language?
The Meru language.
How then can the English captions be part of the video?
Any language can be translated.
So it is a translation.
It is.
It is not part of the video.
Now, a translation is not part.
Previously, you said it is part of the video. Now you're saying it is a translation. So
Let me make it clear.
Which is it a translation or it is part of the video?
Let me make it clear. For the Senate to understand the language, it has to be translated. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Do the cameras capture captions? If you take a recording, for example, of the proceedings hearing, will the cameras include the subtitles?
I'm not a professional photographer. I don't know.
Okay. You voluntarily went to the clerk's office to sign the verification form?
Not voluntarily.
Not voluntarily?
Yes.
But you went to the clerk's office?
Yes.
Who asked you to go to the clerk's office to sign?
I have answered that from the previous questions.
Were you pushed to the clerk's office?
What do you understand by
Were you carried there or did you walk to the clerk's office to sign?
I walked.
You walked?
Yes.
Voluntarily or you were pushed?
Involuntarily.
Who coerced you then?
I've seen there were calls.
You were coerced by a phone call to go and sign?
You can.
And you say that you represent the people of, is it Ntima West Nyakist?
Nyakist.
So your people should believe you to say that you were coerced through a phone call and that independently you cannot make a decision on your own on whether to sign or not to sign.
Bwana Council, we have seen politicians dying in the course of duty. Do they die voluntarily out of politics? No.
You will confirm that nonetheless you signed.
Nonetheless, I signed involuntarily.
And your signature cannot be withdrawn.
It can't.
Okay. You talked of inducements to members, and you mentioned that Mr. Kimathi was sent to you. Is that anywhere in your affidavit?
It is not.
It is not in your affidavit. Is this Masai Mara trip that you went to part of the inducement that was offered to you?
I have earned it from you.
Very well. That is all in cross-examination, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Council. The Council for the Governor, do you have any re-examination to do?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker, sir. Very few questions for this witness in re-exam. I want you to confirm that you understand the Kimeru language being your mother tongue.
I do very well.
Very well. So despite the subtitles and the translations,
yes,
even without them, you are able to tell the Senate what was said.
Exactly.
What you confirm to have been said is the exact words that were uttered by the people we saw in the video?
I'm saying what is being uttered there is completely what is in the translation.
Thank you. You have been told that you've been given an infamous message that appears at page 17.
Yes.
Do you still have that?
It was in volume?
I believe it's volume 2. You have been told that?
Yes.
Transaction confirms that the governor conducted some violations before August.
Yes.
Kindly, I want you to look at the specific item that you referred to appearing as page 17.
Yes, I'm there.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Read for us the date.
It is dated 1st July 2022.
1st July 2022.
Yes.
Was Governor Kawira the governor by 1st of July 2022?
No.
Is that an issue that can be attributed to her?
No.
Thank you. And in any case, Mheshimiwa, what you're testifying is as to the good working relationship with the governor.
It is.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
And how long did that good working relationship last, to the best of your assessment?
It must have lasted somewhere between February this year up to September this year. That is a period of 7 months.
Thank you. You are also not a member of BAS or UDA.
I'm not.
But how did you come across information that members of these two parties had been de-whipped?
It was communicated in the county assembly through the normal sittings.
Were you present when that communication was done?
I wasn't, but Frida Naito, Honorable, told us that it has been communicated.
Are the records of the House accessible to you?
They are.
Once a communication is done in the House, is it information that you can access?
But when this honorable member, nominated UDA member, was de-whipped, they refused to give her the official document to show that she has been de-whipped, but she was removed from committees and replaced as the vice chair of the water committee.
Was that communication done to the County Assembly of Meru?
It was done, but no official document was given to her for fear that it will be used as an evidence in the Senate.
It was also your testimony that you got instructions and coercion on phone.
Yes.
Compelling you to tender your signature in
Yes.
support of the impeachment motion?
Exactly.
Did you eventually exercise your free will by withdrawing from the support, by not voting or absconding from voting for the motion?
I would have voted in support, not supporting the impeachment
Yes.
That day, but me and some other 9 members could not access the County Assembly of Meru simply because the atmosphere was changed and goods were hired to harass us.
You have been told about a Masai Mara trip.
Yes.
Are you aware of any Masai Mara trip?
I've heard it from the council here.
You go to Masai Mara?
I didn't.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. Unless honorable members have a question, I would be glad to call my next witness with your guidance.
Now, honorable senators, we have about 5 minutes to seek clarifications or questions from this witness. Honorable Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kinyua, I know at the County Assembly of Meru, there are 3 modes of voting. That is yes, no, or abstinence, just like the Senate and the National Parliament. Now, you said you abstained, yet you have told us that you are not able to access Parliament because one of you was attacked. Does that mean you are able to access Meru County Assembly later before the voting done, or can you clarify on that?
Now, my initial plan and that of other 9 members making it 10 was to be in the assembly to oppose the impeachment motion. Once we couldn't get into the assembly, that means we were absent. Maybe I've mixed up the term of being absent and abstinence.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will seek 3 very quick clarifications. First is just to clarify which political party he was elected on. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, according to the report of the resolution of the County Assembly of Meru on the impeachment, 59 MCAs voted to impeach the governor. 10 did not vote. We wouldn't know how they would have voted if they voted. So all members present and voting voted against the governor. Is it your testimony in this house that all the 59 members of the County Assembly of Meru who voted to impeach the governor were coerced or induced to take the vote that they did? The second last is you make very serious allegations in your affidavit on paragraph 7 that the DG tried to induce you. What is the evidence? And you make reference to several other members. Who are these members? Because people have names. You are called by the DG with several others. Who are these people that you are called with? And where's the evidence that he tried to induce you? Because these are serious matters you're dealing with. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honorable senators, I am a member of Party of National Unity, PNU. Now, when we say that 10 were not, could not access the presence of the assembly, I mean, were they to be there, I believe they would have voted otherwise. The 59 of them who were present in the assembly that day and voted yes, I cannot say that all of them were coerced. I am drawing my conclusion from the talk that we had before the voting day. And I know the talk that majority of them had. Given a free will, they would not have impeached the governor. Finally, in your questions, when I say the deputy governor made calls, you're telling me to name specific people or members of county assembly to whom he called. But I can assert that he called all of them in an effort to get a support from them with a promise to increase ward fund from 15 million to 30 million.
Senator Samson Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So mine is to our good friend Mheshimiwa. Just two quick clarification. You have told this house that you were not able to access the county assembly. Did you report to any police station, or do you have evidence to that effect, including the phone calls? If you can table. Finally, I can see your signature is number 59, and in standing order 65.5, the Meru County Assembly standing orders is specific on what you are signing. So, and you have alluded that a number of people were given inducement to, through you, Mr. Speaker, to support this impeachment motion. Is there a possibility that you have also been given inducement to testify against County Assembly? I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable senators. First, I have seen that I have OB belonging to one Honorable John Mogunathranira, MCA from Meru, who was assaulted on his way to the County Assembly of Meru. And if allowed, I can give it to this Senate, though it does not form part of my affidavit. Number two, when I talk about inducements to sign, Mr. Speaker, I know exactly what I mean. And everybody who signs was induced to do so, either through promises that one fund will be increased or through some other promises, sweet promises, in order for the members to sign.
Senator Sifuna. And honorable senators, we only had 5 minutes for clarification. I think the Senator Sifuna will probably be the last question we take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Counsel for the Assembly, my good classmate. Mr. Speaker, I have had to look up the meaning of coercion. The Merriam-Webster dictionary just speaks of the use of express or implied threats of violence or reprisal or other intimidating behavior that puts a person in immediate fear of the consequences in order to compel that person to act against his or her will. The question to the Council of the Assembly, is it the case of the Assembly that coercion only means physical coercion, that somebody has to hold your hand to sign? Is that the case that is being presented by the Assembly?
Mr. Speaker, under the law, coercion is not limited to physical intimidation and physical threats. It is as broad as the Honorable Senator suggests. Our case as the Assembly is that there is no shred of evidence of coercion. And anyone who makes such a claim must tell you, the least they can do is to tell you who coerced them, what was the specific threat, and how and why that threat induced them, as a matter of fact, from behaving in a manner that is inconsistent with how they would have behaved. And as we speak on the record, we don't know who, we don't know when, there is no evidence, it's just an allegation, and alleging is the easier thing to do. I can allege anything, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheptumo, you seem to have a burning issue, and please be very quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my clarification to the witness is on paragraph 3 of his affidavit. And it speaks about that it emerged from the leadership of the House that members of Parliament from Meru County and a few leaders had picked a war with the governor. And when you go to paragraph 8 again, it says we also received calls from other leaders within Meru. Is it your evidence, Mr. Nicholas, that the whole impeachment process is really initiated by forces outside the county assembly? Is that your position as per paragraph 3 and paragraph 8 of your affidavit? You need to clarify that for the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Senators. Exactly that has been my assertion. And if you look at yesterday's submission, we had a member of parliament who was standing as a witness. There can be no other proof that members of parliament were involved if we don't consider that one of them was here as a witness. Number two, there was a video of Honorable Mporo Abori, the MP for Tigania East, in meetings all over the county, inciting residents against the governor. Why is it that we can accept that they were in public meetings and not calling the members of county assembly or inducing them or influencing them?
Thank you. Governor's Council, do you have another witness?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I indeed do have another witness. His name is Aruyaro Adrian.
Sergeant at Arms, can you please show the witness in?
As the witness is being ushered in, Honorable Speaker, he has sworn an affidavit that appears in our small booklet. His affidavit appears at page 96.
Okay, I direct that the witness be sworn in.
Okay.
I, Andrian Karicha Aruyaru, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, kindly introduce yourself for record purposes. What is your full name? What do you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the honorable senators, my names are Andrian Karicha Aruyaru.
Where do you come from?
Come ahead.
Where do you come from?
I am a member of Meru Cheke. Therefore, I come from Meru.
Come from Meru County.
Yes.
Are you conversant with what happens in Meru County?
Yes.
Current affairs in Meru County?
Yes.
You have alluded to the fact that you're a member of Njorincheke Council of Elders.
Yes.
What position do you hold in the Council of Njorincheke?
I am the chairman of 3 sub-counties, that is Tigania West and Tigania East and Tigania Central sub-counties.
Does that include where the Njorincheke shrine is?
Yes.
So that is your area?
Yeah, that is my area.
I'm going to be very specific and short with your testimony. I want to refer you to the happenings of 14th of October 2022. Are you aware of anything that took place at Ncheru on 14th of October 2023?
Yes, I'm aware.
What happened there?
Njorincheke members were called, and they were few, because not all of them were called to go and attend a tree planting ceremony. We went there. I was there briefly because I was committed. And when we were there, things turned to be different because we were not to plant trees, but it turned to be political or a political rally. And many things happened there, which annoyed the Njorincheke. What happened? There is an oath which was given to the leaders of the Meru Assembly, that is the MCAs, and that one annoyed us because that one is a shrine, and according to Meru traditions or the Njorincheke traditions or regulations and rules, in a shrine you cannot administer any oath in that shrine.
Thank you. So you confirm that there was an oath administered at the Njorincheke shrine?
Yes, there was.
Who administered that oath?
There was a section of leaders. That is, we have one Murangiri, who is Secretary General of Njorincheke in Meru, and there was even the chairman of the region, that is Mr. Kadera, and many others were there.
I want to refer you to the video marked as KMV7. Kindly, may we play that video? KMV7. Video KMV7. Mr. Speaker, we have just tested this video minutes ago,
Where's the sound?
The
Broadcasting?
sound was perfect. I do not know what is happening. Minutes ago, it was working. Mr. Speaker, sir, I seek your directions on this. This video has been tested minutes ago. The sound was perfect.
Broadcast, I don't know what seems to be the problem, or IT. Is this a video we can actually view? Council.
Yes.
Could you send one of your colleagues upstairs to the broadcast to see if they can
Sure.
work
One of
on
my
the video?
colleagues has gone up there.
Okay.
Perhaps we can then play KMV 17 as we wait for that video to be sorted. KMV 17.
Sound. IT, are we going to have a problem with all the videos?
Ndio. Na kwa sababu mimi nikiangalia naona yeye atakuwa gavana wa Meru. Sasa kijana, basi kijana kidogo, ni kijana ambaye anaweza alipa deni ya wananchi. Anaweza kukalia kiti.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am inclined to register my dissatisfaction with the
Sorry,
technical
Council,
team.
are
Yes.
you in a position to move to maybe a different point as we wait for IT to handle the matter of the
This
videos?
witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, is only supposed to testify on what transpired on 14th of October, and the only piece of evidence that we rely on is those two videos. So then I will have no use for this witness if those videos are not effectively played.
Okay. IT or somebody from broadcast, can you have send somebody to give us an indication of what the problem is?
Mr. Speaker, sir,
Naongoza sisi kama waumini. Kwa hivyo sasa tunataka hata tumeangalia kama gava Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ndio inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye kwa kenda Meru eta mbere ana vetu bara tukuthomithia bakara bwega ilazima Meru gite atia igwatanire ngithira yari MCA ibe ankwenda kuga twe mbunge Meru batu tukayenda sauti tukwena arua ankwenda kuga twe mbunge Meru batu tukayenda sauti imwe na tutongeretwe munene wetu witwa mthiko nturi nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye kwa kenda Meru eta mbere
Honorable senators,
ana
kindly
vetu
take
bara
your seats.
tukuthomithia bakara bwega ilazima Meru gite
Let's pause the
atia
video first.
igwatanire.
Sorry for that. We have to ensure that the videos we're playing are of quality so that we can be able to follow through. Yes, Council, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May we then have the video replayed from the beginning?
Na ntukwena arua ankwenda kuga twe mbunge Meru batu tukayenda sauti imwe na tutongeretwe munene wetu witwa mthiko nturi nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inyang'ombe iteta kunyorujite naye.
Kindly pause the video. Can you identify the person making the speech?
Yes, that is the Speaker of the Meru County Assembly.
What has he just said in that video?
He has said that they want a Linda, and that Linda will be Muteka Lentore, CS, and Grigasha. Yes.
Can we proceed with the video? Kindly play the video.
Kenda Meru eta mbere ana vetu bara tukuthomithia bakara bwega ilazima Meru gite atia igwatanire ngithira yari MCA ibe yabonde kaire ure kirwa njana ya kurwa njuri ncheke tuendelia chapter yetu haraka MCA jeni puinde kamwe kalono kamwe kindogo atokea ndo bamata
Confirm that the speaker is inviting MCAs into the podium.
Yeah, he is inviting all the MCAs who are there or who are present.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Ale muntu muka ya mwisho ale utana buwe kono utana alo mabonde akaranze ala ntomorome nakwame ntomorome akwama aitie oro ntomorome awande tana ntomorome ndekinyete ntomorome mongo aroma barawa ho kadhibo tana robo barawa ko marua rete mko tana renge woni kodhiria.
Thank you. Kindly pause. Kindly pause. There is a story the elder is giving of a woman. What is he saying about that woman?
He is saying that there was a woman that is long ago who was circumcising men. And there came a time, after circumcising men for a long time, there came a time when he asked one of the men to bed so that she could sit on his back and circumcise men sitting on a man.
That story is meant to talk about a woman who oppresses men. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Kindly, let's proceed.
Narua tueyete lai dori erieta kodari mana ba kenda baita korwa ndo baita korwa bate keye kweba bueno no doriete kene gorie nkawa okay ya kwedra ekonka bidha biandwa tore akorwa Meru okay ya kwedra ya owe okethirwa watoto garutere watu kodari mano tokawategerumi.
Can you explain, pause the video and explain what that elder has told the MCS?
What he has told the MCS is that if there is anybody who is going to go against what the elders will tell them to do, will be cast. And those are the ones which straight away makes that one an oath.
Thank you. Let us proceed with the video. There is a specific kindly pause. Kindly pause. He says Imochietio. What does that mean in Kimeru?
It is an oath that you are taking.
The Meru word for oath is what?
Muchietio.
Muchietio.
Yes.
Is that what he has said?
Yes.
Kindly let us proceed.
Ukaya kwethirwo tita safari gwatangazia na bukwenda gwita tubwa kithari mo uchoke nyuma na kuma na arba umecha bunere Meru njori nekorie muge na gwe omieni tathira jamburi atomerie na mutano gitathira jamburi kenda tukombwa njuri na imwire ntomurume na ukaya kuona ntwara uga bukuthuka ibuthuki ati atata mantu tonto bau mantu jara twakurukia na arue ija gwita Meru ukombone ija gwita Meru tonto bau gwira muchite umenyo kaninge karwembo kamwe
Thank you. Kindly pause the video. The elder is giving very specific threats on that curse that will befall upon MCS.
Yes.
What is he saying that will happen to the MCS if they go against what the declaration?
He is telling them that if they go against the oath that he is about to administer, that curse will follow them to their homes and also to their families.
Thank you. Let us proceed.
Nambie adambua eneria eria irikiura adambua enana injo gwataniro yawe dharimwa nambie dharimwa eneria eria irikiura eba dharimwa enana injo.
Is the elder spilling some, I don't even know what to call them,
some stuff.
You will tell us what that is. Is the elder sin spilling some stuff to the MCAs?
Yes.
What is that?
Actually, I cannot tell what the stuff that one is because I did not go near. You know, there was security there. Those who were allowed to go there were those senior people. They were the ones who were near. So I don't know whether it was honey or it was honey mixed with something else. I cannot tell.
What does Njorincheke use for that kind of oathing?
That kind of oathing, sometimes, you see, in any oathing, Njorincheke uses blood. Uses blood because an animal has to be slaughtered so that you perform an outing. And the special thing that we have in Meru, which is undertaken by Njorincheke, is the Kidiri outing, where an animal is killed. And there are things that I cannot say because they are said to those people who have been initiated into Njorincheke.
Thank you. Can we play video number KMV17? KMV17, kindly. Kindly video KMV17.
Sasa tunataka kumuuliza mzee Kiraitu aje hapa, ndiye alikuwa kinipeni wa Meru kisiasa, sasa amestahafu. Tunataka yeye sasa atupatie yule sasa ataongoza sisi kama wa Meru. Kwa hivyo sasa tunataka hata tumetuangalia kama gavana, sasa tunataka utuletee kiongozi ambaye sasa atachukua nafasi yako kuwa kiongozi wetu wa Meru. Wewe ndio utatuonyesha ni nani.
Sasa nataka akuje akae kwa hii kiti nilikuwa napewa, hata wewe kaa hapa. Ili no ntune mwana onjuri. Ndawa gitije na tutetherie tumwikerie mata. Sindio? Na kwa sababu mimi nikiangalia naona yeye atakuwa gavana wa Meru. Sasa kijana, wewe si kijana kidogo, ni kijana ambaye anaweza lipa ndeni ya baba yake, anaweza kukalia kiti ya baba yake kama baba yake hayuko, lakini akiwa na baraka za baba yake, si muhazi, si mpinduzi. Mbele ya wajumbe wa Meru ambaye wanatugambira kule Rinjiko, wako hapa wakishuhudia na chiamani wao na waziri uliokaraga nyumba ya witho wa thirikari mbere yao na Arua na mbere ya Njorincheke ya Meru. Ugote mwana kaire uitegemeo ya Meru. Wewe ni tegemeo kutoka leo. Ondobo tuina maono Na tũteithio tũite aigũne. Thank you. Umeambiwa wewe ndio tegemeo letu na kurubanjuri bonde bakuonana ndi na ara meto yetu yagitite ate yerekerete.
Thank you. You can post that video. Mr. Adrian.
Yes.
According to your assessment of that video, and first of all, confirm the young gentleman that has been introduced into the podium and sat on that stool. Who is that gentleman?
That is our deputy governor or the deputy governor of Meru County.
What is he told to do, or why is he being invited in front?
They are crowning him to take the position of the governor.
So they are crowning him, installing him as the governor of Meru.
Yes.
To take over leadership.
Yes.
In that meeting, you are able to see other leaders in Meru?
Yes.
Is that the same function where the MCAs were present?
Yes.
The same day?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Adrian, did the elders in that function who are presiding over that function had the blessing of the Njorincheke Council of Elders to conduct that function?
Actually, no. The answer is no. Because the Njorincheke members got annoyed. That was on a Saturday, and on Monday, we went to Uru. That is the quarter of the 3 sub-counties. That is the whole Tigania. And we denounced what happened at Nchiru. And we said we will even go to cleanse that shrine, because what happened there is not what should happen in a shrine. Because a shrine is a holy place. It is a holy place. Even you cannot even kill an animal there. You cannot initiate a person into Njorincheke in that shrine. You are not allowed.
Lastly, is the Njorincheke Council of Elders opposed to Governor Kawira's leadership in any way?
No.
Has it in any way advised her removal from office?
No.
That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Counsel for the County Assembly, your witness for cross-examination.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my name is Maranya, Counsel for the County Assembly. I will take the witness through the cross-examination. Bwana Royaru.
Yes.
For how long have you been the chairman of, as you have said in your paragraph number 1, the chairman of the caucus of Njorincheke Council of Elders of the Meru community? For how long have you been?
I think it's that position.
When were you elected, in other ones?
I think 2 weeks ago.
Or 2 weeks ago? That is after that meeting or before the meeting?
After that meeting, but I had other positions in Njorincheke.
Were you conveniently appointed for purposes of your evidence today?
No.
Will I be right to say so?
No.
You have also said that you've been holding other positions of Njorincheke.
Yes.
So just to confirm, were you elected after the impeachment motion was tabled in the County Assembly?
No, because...
When were you elected? When it is when the actual date?
I think, it's just...
You were elected after the impeachment motion was tabled in the County Assembly.
I think so.
I'll be mindful of time because I'm on time restriction.
It's okay.
Will it be true for me to say that you are elected, therefore, for purposes of your statement today, so that you come under capacity of Njorincheke's chairman?
No, because I could have come even as a mere member of Njorincheke.
But does the Njorincheke have its hierarchy of in respect to communication?
Yeah.
Does any person, can any member of Njorincheke communicate on behalf of the entire group?
Yes.
Anybody?
Anybody, because in the olden days, there were no leaders of John Cheke. There were juries or the wise men who are the leaders of John Cheke. It is just recently when we started now having chairmen of the houses, chairmen of locations, chairmen of
And it's your evidence that nowadays you have to speak through your officials. That is your evidence?
No.
You said in the past there wasn't.
There wasn't, and even now, there is nobody who is senior than the other one, even though we use the titles, even that title that I am using. It cannot make me the spokesman of Jorin Cheke.
Very well noted. You are the oath. As you speak, you are the oath.
Yes.
And you said you are a member of Jorin Cheke.
Yes.
You have vowed to speak the truth.
Yes.
Are you conflicted in this whole scenario? Does your son-in-law work for Meru County government as a chief officer?
Yes, I have children.
I have asked, does your son-in-law?
Yes.
Could you state his name? To this
know
isn't it? What is his name? What is the son-in-law? What is the name of your son-in-law who works as a chief officer in the county government of Meru?
It's Akwalu Mugambi.
Victor Akwalu Mugambi. Could I be right to say that you are here just to protect the impeachment of the governor and by extension protect the loss of job of your son-in-law?
No. Reason being, I have to say the reason. Reason being that my son-in-law was vetted by a competent assembly, and he passed the vetting. And he was
that notwithstanding, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I put it to you that you have a conflict of interest as far as the Meru County government leadership is concerned. Will I be right to say so?
No, you are not right.
You have produced a clip allegedly played at a Jorincheke forum. Was that a formal Jorincheke forum?
Actually, it wasn't.
I am asking, was it a formal Jorincheke forum or not?
I am saying it wasn't.
It wasn't. I am contented with that. I'll take that. You have said you are a veteran member of the Jorincheke.
Yes.
That's so?
Yes.
Can an oath, as you have alleged it, be conducted in a forum other than a formal Jorincheke forum?
It can. If you are misled, you can do the same. And that's why we are saying as members of Jorincheke, we are going to cleanse the shrine because it was not done at the right time.
It was not done
at the right place.
At the right place.
Yes.
Therefore, a Jorincheke oath has to be done with their formalities to be followed before you administer an oath. Is that your evidence?
Yes, it is.
You said also that there need to be one of the formalities is slaughter of an animal. That's so?
I said there is.
Is that so? Is that so?
No, I am not. I am not going to accept that because.
My question is simple, Mr. Chairman.
I was specific.
Please listen to my question.
Yes.
Is it a prerequisite that for you to administer an oath, you have to play some things, including which you said you cannot even say here because they are non-members, members who are not initiated to Jorincheke.
Yes.
You said includes slaughtering an animal.
Yes.
Was it that, or you want to recant your evidence?
No, what I am saying is, I said the Kidiri oath thing. That is not Kidiri oath thing. It is an oath thing, but
so
not
therefore,
Kidiri.
How many oaths does Jorincheke have?
Jorincheke has 3.
Sorry?
It has 3.
It has 3.
Yes.
And the three are members required to slaughter an animal?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Is there any that is conducted in presence of non-members?
No.
No.
Yes, unless even it's done.
Now, in that meeting, I want to ask you whether the meeting was composed of only the members of Jorincheke.
No.
No. And it's your statement that an oath can never be conducted in the presence of non-members.
It is.
It is your evidence that an oath has to be conducted in strict presence of members only.
Yes, by strict during check elders.
Yes, and anything
But
conducted,
those ones went against.
anything conducted with presence of non-members is not an oath.
It is a oath, because the ones which were used there.
Now, Speaker is speaking from both sides of his mouth, saying this at the same time and saying it again. It is your evidence, Mr. Chairman, that anything conducted in presence of non-members is not an oath. That's what you've said right now. It's on record.
I did not say that. Why I'm saying I did not say that.
On record. It's on record anyway.
Maybe you got me wrong.
Therefore, you mean that an Jorincheke oath can be conducted in presence of non-members?
By wrongdoers, yes.
You are qualifying your answer. I want an unqualified answer. My question is simple, and don't be evasive. You are here to tell the truth.
Yeah.
My question is, can an oath, a perfect oath properly so called, of a Jorincheke, can it be conducted in presence of members not initiated into the group, what I'm calling non-members?
I have said no, but it happened that day.
That means if it happened, the same is not an oath.
It is.
And the conduct of the witness need to be noted, Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of that. As a member, as a seasoned member of Jorincheke, have you participated in the conducting of oaths before?
Yes.
You have conducted?
Yes.
Can an oath be taken in the absence of an accuser and the accused?
Yes, because that oath.
Or in other words, does an oath involve two parties?
Every oathing involves two parties.
Involve two parties.
Yes.
Now, in that particular oath, who are the two parties involved? Would I be right to say that the two parties involved was, according to you, was the County Assembly of Meru and the County Governor of Meru? Those are the two parties involved.
No, I am not saying that.
I'm asking you, the parties involved in all this scenario of impeachment are two.
Yes.
One, who does the impeachment? Confirm it's the County Assembly of Meru.
Yeah, it's the County Assembly of Meru.
To impeach who? Confirm it's the County Governor of Meru.
Yeah, the County Governor of Meru.
Was the County Governor of Meru present in that oathing ceremony?
No, she was not.
She was not. She was not present. From the video that you played, I saw the presence of Deputy Governor. Is Deputy Governor a member of Jorincheke?
No.
He is not.
Yes.
I also saw a couple of children and ladies in that forum. That's so?
Yes.
Are they members of Jorincheke?
They are not.
Are they allowed to participate in an oathing ceremony?
No.
They are not. There's a video, there's a translation to that video that is appearing on the side on the signs of the same or the screen. Sorry. Was that translation part of the video?
Which one now, in particular?
The English translation.
The
English translation you read, you indicated that the video. Was it part of the video, or it was translated thereafter?
It was part.
It was part.
Yes.
The translation is in which language?
In English.
It's in English. Were the elders speaking English?
That day?
Yes, that day.
Yeah, there are those who are speaking in English.
From their voices, were they speaking
no,
in
they
English?
were speaking in Khmeru.
You are speaking in Khmeru.
Yes.
Therefore, that translation has been, you had to get somebody to input it. Is that so?
I'm sure you're American and you got.
I'm asking a question. That was not part of the original video.
It was. It was translation. And
Please-
correct
please-
translation.
Please be mindful of time.
Yes.
Was that translation part of the video?
It was, because those were the ones which were used. It's only that it is in a different language.
Did they speak in 2 languages?
Who?
The statement on the video are in Kimeru. The translation is in English.
Yes.
Would I be right to say that that translation was done after the video was covered or was taken?
Maybe.
Maybe. I have heard the Honorable Speaker of the County Assembly speak of one Jacob Lintori, and Honorable Speaker, if we could get to that clip where the first one, where the County Assembly Speaker is making a statement. Speaking of one Lintori, however, your translation spoke of Medeka Lintori. Sorry, the speaker spoke of Jacob Lintori as a kingpin, while your translation spoke of Medeka Lintori as a kingpin.
Yeah, I used those.
Did you translate verbatim? Did you have a verbatim translation of
Council,
the same?
which video are you referring to, so
The
that
bit-
we
the
pick
first
it
video
up
that
and
was
play it for
played.
you?
The first video that was played, that was video. KM7, I'm told it's KM7 at the Council for the Governor.
KM7.
Please read the name in capital. That is, please confirm that the name you can see is Mithika Lintori. On your translation.
Mithika Lintori, yes.
twembunge Meru batu tukaenda sauti emwe
That is
na
Mithika Lintori.
tutongere twi munene wetu witwa Mithika Nturi. Bwana
What did he
Yesu
say?
asifiwe.
What did he say?
Ni untu
What did you can post up there?
inyang'ombe iteta
What did the governor say?
naye
Sorry, what did the speaker say?
That they will be led
by who?
By Mithika Nturi.
And what is written on the what is the name of the kingpin, the leader?
Mithika Nturi.
And confirm that the same is not Mithika Ntolentori.
So you are telling
confirm those are two different names.
I cannot confirm because I know him.
This is an interpreter who was interpreting verbatim what has been said.
I cannot confirm that I know him the way I know you.
Confirm that what is written there is Mithika Lintori and not Mithika Ntolentori.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
Therefore, that translation is not capturing the actual one stated by the speaker. It's different.
According to you, but
Not according to even according to yourself.
According to me,
yes.
Mithika Nturi is the same as Mithika Nturi.
Translation, verbatim translation. It is not a verbatim translation of what is being stated. Is it so?
Yes.
Very well. You said you were not allowed anywhere close to the gathering of Jorincheke. Is that so?
Not
You said you did not go there. That was your...
Not in gathering, not in Jorincheke gathering.
Yes.
You see, there was a podium where the leaders were working on Mithika Nturi, if that's what you want to hear. Mithika Nturi.
You did not go closer to the... Despite you being the chairman or an official for quite a long time.
I think, if I can be right, you saw those people under uniform. And anybody who had no uniform could not reach where they were performing what they were doing.
Now, of all that conversation that we've had from the members from Honorable Kiraitu Murongi and from other members, have you had any word that you can point out to me making reference to removal of governor or impeachment of governor? Anywhere. You can refer the technical persons to it, where they have mentioned removal of governor or they have mentioned impeachment of governor.
They have not mentioned.
They have not mentioned. I will take that. I will take that.
Don't be quick to take, because I should also add what I want.
You have answered my question, and so successfully. Now, what was the purpose of that function?
The purpose?
Yes. What was it meant?
Actually, it was announced through the local
What was the
medias.
purpose of
No,
that
may I come
function?
to
Leave
the
alone
point?
the announcement.
I am coming to that point.
No, mindful of time. We are here on a time constraint.
Honorable
What-
witness,
Yes, please.
please
What
answer the
was
question.
Sorry, Speaker. Yeah.
Proceed, Council.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. And thank you. What was the purpose of that meeting?
The purpose was to plant trees.
The purpose was to plant trees.
Yes.
And it was not a formal meeting of the check. Can you transact a Jorincheke meeting in a tree planting forum?
It happened that day.
It happened that day.
Yes.
But ideally, should
No,
it happen?
it should not.
It shouldn't happen.
Yes.
You said you were there briefly. How brief were you? Yeah?
Maybe I think an hour and 1.5 hours or 2 hours.
1.5
because
or
I
2
cannot
hours.
be specific.
You can't be specific.
Yes.
How long did the meeting take?
It took long. It took long because.
How long did it take?
Very many hours because
Like how many hours? They took a whole day. They took 2 days.
No,
How long did it take? That's what I want to take.
It took around 7 hours.
Around 7 hours.
Mm.
Therefore, you only attended just a third.
Yes, I attended a third.
A third of that meeting.
Yes, but I followed everything because it was live.
Or you followed because it was live?
Yes.
That means much of what you are saying or what you're insinuating, you were not presently there when it occurred.
What is not much?
You were not there. You left
because I have
after
said
1.5 hours or 2.5
Yes.
hours, and it took over 7 hours.
Yes.
You were not there.
Mm.
You have spoken of, you have produced a clip where the former governor of Meru, Right Murongi, says that you will be our governor. Is that so?
Hmm?
You will be our, you will be our.
Yeah.
He actually says in Swahili, wewe ni tegemeo.
When
Is that so?
Tegemeo,
Wewe
we
ni
are
tegemeo.
seeing you becoming the governor of Meru.
Did he say when you become the governor of Meru? Did he say whether it's now or in the future?
He did not.
He did not.
Yeah.
There is a statement that wewe ni tegemeo, which you have translated loosely to mean you are our leader. According to you, is that translation correct or incorrect?
It is correct.
What is what is a leader in Kiswahili?
Kiongozi.
Kiongozi.
Yeah.
And it's not tegemeo. What is tegemeo in Swahili?
Tegemeo in Kiswahili.
Yes.
It is tegemeo.
No, sorry, what is tegemeo in English? Sorry. In English.
Huh?
What is tegemeo in English?
Tegemeo in English?
Yes.
Tegemeo in English is that.
Is it being reliable?
We depend, or we
is
can
being
depend
depended on?
Yeah, depend
Or
on.
being reliable?
Yes.
Confirm, therefore, according to your interpretation of that translation,
Yeah.
that tegemeo does not mean a leader. Tegemeo does not mean leader in English.
But according to what was
I am
taking
asking
place,
a question. Please confirm, according to your just added translation, that the word tegemeo in Kiswahili does not mean leader in English.
Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yes.
Please now confirm that that was a wrong interpretation of the translation. Is that so? Being mindful of time again.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that video, you have spoken of sour milk. The very last, the second video that was played, Council.
Come again.
17? KM 17, video number 17.
Yes.
There's a reference to milk.
To?
To milk, sour milk, what you call to a sour milk.
Yes.
If the clip can be played for the interest of the honorable senators. There's an interpretation. The clip, kindly, if the same can be, so that I yield some minutes to my colleague to
Leonto.
wipe.
Inyang'ombe iteta kunyoru jite naye
The last
kenda
clip.
Meru etambere.
Is that 17?
Ana vetu baratu kuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru egite atia.
Once the head, Honorable
Igwatanire.
Speaker.
Githira yari MCA be yabonde kaire. Bure kirwa njara ya korwa njuri
But there's a reference to milk.
Githira chapter yetu. Haraka MCA je ni puinde. Kambo ya kalono kap. Kindo watokea anto bamata. Oh, brother, ame. Inyeta wa na ba. Bueno, bate que cueva bueno no. Deriete que ne goye. Nkawa.
For of wasting.
Konika vida viandwa. Tore akoroba Meru. Okay, akwedro area. Oe. Okay, dero wacho garotere. Bato ke akoda imano to kawate kirumi.
In other words, for avoidance of wasting time, Honorable Speaker, there was reference to milk, which was interpreted to be sour milk. Is there a difference between milk and sour milk?
Yes, there is.
In the clip, did they refer to as sour milk or they referred to milk?
I have not seen that one unless it is played again.
Anyway, now I want to, among my parting shot, when did the conversation of impeachment of governor begin? When did that conversation begin?
It was after.
When did it begin?
It began.
Yes.
After the function that was.
When was that function? Was on 14th of October.
Which function?
That function was on 14th of October.
Then what is your question?
I am asking, confirm that that function was on 14th of October.
Yes, it was.
Confirm that the conversation of impeachment began way in August or September.
No.
When was the motion? Do you know when the motion was tabled in the County Assembly?
No.
You can't tell.
I can't tell. I can't tell.
You can't tell when the motion was tabled.
Yes.
Wrong. Have you read the motion itself?
Me?
Have you read the motion of impeachment against the governor?
No.
You have not read.
Yeah.
And I want to put to you that one of the grounds of impeachment includes misappropriation of public funds, usurpation of county powers of the statutory bodies. What does your evidence today answer to any of those charges that the governor has been charged to have committed?
No.
It doesn't address to those questions.
Yeah, because my affidavit is different from that one.
And it does not address the question of.
I think, Council, I think that is to the senators to decide. Really.
Very well, very well. I'm well guided, Honorable Speaker. You have stated that during Cheke elders, they are responsible for shaping the leadership of Meru.
Yes.
That's so?
Yes.
And they have indeed shaped all the leadership of Meru. The election of leaders, they have informed, they have advised, they have shaped it. Is that so?
Actually, that one has not happened to this case that we have now.
Not the case. I am asking, in the past, they have shaped the leadership of Meru.
Yes,
they have influenced the leadership of Meru.
Not influencing.
They have shaped it.
Yes.
Including that of the impugned governor. Including that the leadership, the election of the governor who is being impeached.
No.
So.
No. The reason why I'm saying no.
Yes.
Is because there is no time that we have sat down as in Cheke, either to advise the governor and our deputy.
Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, I will yield a few minutes to my colleague, Mr. Morioki, to conclude.
Now, Council, cross-examine on different areas. Because I noticed with the other witness,
Mr. Speaker.
You actually cross-examine on areas that your colleague had covered. So if an area has been covered, just don't go back there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bwana Adrian,
Yes,
you indicated while standing there
yes.
that when an oath is administered, things are said which you cannot even speak in this Senate chamber. Is that correct?
I did not say that. What I said there are things which are used which I cannot say in this chamber.
Exactly. And in that video that you have seen, can you point us to any of those things in the video?
Which ones?
The videos that have been played,
Yes.
can you point us to any of those things that you have referred to?
No.
Thank you.
Only the ones.
Thank you. Bwana Adrian,
Mhm.
you will agree with me that the word used there, musietio,
Mhm.
means to swear, right?
Yes.
And the word, the proper Kimeru word for oath is muma, right?
Kushitia and Muma, they are the same. They are synonyms.
When Adrian, you said,
Council,
Mhm.
you know, other than the senator for Meru, and I think more fire, those are the only ones who understand Kimeru. If you start exchanging with the witness on Meru words, you know, you're basically leaving the Senate behind.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided.
Please.
Bwana Adrian, are you a registered voter?
Yes, I am.
Did you vote in the last election?
Yes, I voted.
To the best of your knowledge, is a governor installed by the Council of Elders or is a governor voted in by the voters?
The governor is voted in by the voters.
So your testimony that the Council of Elders installed a governor is just hearsay and information that cannot be relied on.
That's why I'm here to say that was wrong.
Thank you. When you look at your video, when you look at your video that you have played, what is the title of the video that is provided by the that you have provided by your council? Does it say tree planting?
Tree planting.
Thank you. Where did you say that event took place?
Chiru.
And you will agree with me that that place where the event took place is the main shrine of the Njorincheke Council of Elders.
Yes, it is.
It is in fact the headquarters.
Yes.
And you will agree with me that ordinarily or rather that you said yourself that an animal cannot be killed at the shrine.
Yes.
And it was also your testimony that oaths are administered when animals are killed or animals have to be killed for an oath to be administered.
I cited one oath, that is Kediri in Kemeru.
You have testified that no elder, even the chairman, speaks on behalf of the council, right? No elder speaks on behalf of Njorincheke. That is what you said.
I said, you can speak as a leader. And then I said, in those days, there were no leaders. There were juries or the wise men who are the leaders of Njorincheke.
You said while standing there that even someone with a position like chairman does not speak on behalf of Njorincheke. That is what you said.
I think you got me wrong.
No, Council, I'm getting a bit uncomfortable. I wish you could cross-examine on areas that your colleague has not cross-examined on, because otherwise now you are basically you're starting as if your colleague hasn't done any work, because all those questions that you're asking are exactly what your colleague has asked, and answers have been provided.
Thank
so
you, Mr.
Speak
Speaker.
on areas that have not been covered by your colleague so that we make progress.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well guided. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request that the first video be played so that we point out some inconsistencies between the translations and the words that are spoken.
na ntukwena arua akwenda kuga twi mbunge Meru watu tukaenda sauti imwe na tutongeretwe munene wetu witwa mthiko nturi nturi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ni untu inya ng'ombe iteta kunyoru jite naye
Pause.
Kwa kenda Meru eta.
Did you hear that speaker ask a question? You had a question?
Yes.
Can you see any question on those translations?
The question mark is not there, but the statement is there.
Can you see any question there? That is the question I have asked.
That's why I'm saying it is only the question mark which is not there, but the statement is there.
The speaker speaks or talks about Meru progressing or Meru going ahead. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the cows being turned to.
Is that appearing anywhere on those captions?
Well, you see, I think it appeared in the first one, if I'm not wrong.
Can we proceed with the video, please?
Kenda Meru eta mbere ana vetu bara tukuthomithia bakara bwega irazima Meru gite atia igwatanire ngithira yari MCA be yabo ndekaire ure kirwa njara ya korwa njuri ncheke tuendelia chapter yetu haraka MCA je ni puinde
pause
kamwe kanono kama kindogo atokea ndo bamata kana ya muno
pause the video.
Baba tana
Mr. Witness, does the speaker say, or does the speaker ask for some people to come so that a hand of blessing may be laid on them?
Yes.
Does that appear anywhere in the translations?
Which one now? The one now.
The translation that you have provided.
That is not the translation.
Thank you. Thank you. That is not the translation. Thank you.
I'm saying that is not the translation which you're asking. Unless if the video is replayed.
Mr. Adrian Aruyaro.
Yes.
The story that is being told by the speaker who is currently holding the mic right now, is it part of the Kimeru folklore? Or the general collection of the Kimeru culture and stories and what have you?
It is.
Thank
but
you.
It is referring,
Thank you.
It is referring to somebody.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, or rather, witness, you will agree with me that Article 11 of our Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of our nation.
Yeah.
You will agree with me that there is no single illegal activity that has been shown in those videos.
No, because they also took place.
Thank you. You will therefore agree with me that trying to paint the words of those speakers as anything other than what they were, a blessing and a culture of folklore being told, is an attempt to disparage the culture of the Meru people.
No, because I have not done that.
Mr. Speaker, that is all from me. I discharge the witness.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we have 5 minutes to seek any clarifications or questions.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Oh,
sir.
re-examination.
Yes. Thank you.
Re-examination. Sorry,
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you. I'll take less than 4 minutes in re-exam. You have been told that several of those translations are inaccurate.
Yes.
Were you relying on the translations, or you are relying on your own understanding and of the Kimeru language being?
I was relying on my own understanding of the Meru language.
Did you correctly translate what was being said?
Yes.
You have also been told that that was a tree planting ceremony.
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Actually, it was not, because in that clip, we have not seen anywhere where we planted trees.
Thank you very much. You have also been told that that could not have been an oathing ceremony because, number one, all elders were not present, that we had also non-members of Njori in that ceremony. Did you witness an oath being administered?
Yes.
Lastly, did you witness the deputy governor being installed as the governor of Meru?
Yes.
Did the elders in that clip have the blessing of the wider Njurincheke to administer the oath?
They don't, because Njurincheke does not crown a governor. A governor is voted. If Njurincheke has that powers, we could not have an electoral commission.
Honorable witness,
Yes,
just
please.
answer the question as asked by your counsel.
Yes.
Did
Come
they
again?
have blessings of
No.
the jury check?
They did not have blessings
Yes.
of Njurincheke. That is all for this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable senators. We have 5 minutes to ask questions or clarifications. The honorable Sharanke.
Mine is, Mr. Speaker, to the witness. Mr. Witness, you have told us that the Meru County Assembly was competent when they vetted your son-in-law who happens to be the chief officer.
Yes.
Is it competent now that it carried out the impeachment proceedings? Number two, in that meeting, was the word impeachment of a governor used? And number three, when were you appointed as the official of the Njurinjeke? And finally, Mr. Speaker, do you have an authority to speak on behalf of the Njurinjeke? And in that meeting, whether the cabinet secretary in charge of forestry and environment was present in that meeting? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed to respond to that question.
Yeah, may start with the first word, where I talked about the competence of the county assembly. If the county assembly, I said it vetted my son-in-law, and he passed the vetting. About impeachment, I think these are two different things. Impeachment, there are rules and regulations about the impeachment, and also vetting. They are not the same, they are rules. So you cannot compare the vetting of my son-in-law to the impeachment of the governor. You have asked me about when I was elected, not unpicked, elected. I said this about 2 weeks ago, but I had other positions. I am the organizing secretary of my house, which is known by the name Ruadene during Checker House. So I have been a leader even before being given the position of a chairman of 3 sub-counties. The other question, please, Honorable Senator, can you come again? Because I did not
Was
write.
the CS in charge of forest and environment present in that meeting, in that tree planting meeting?
Yes, she was there. And what surprised us is a function being attended by a senior person like the CS for environment turned to be political, and it was a tree planting function.
Honorable Kavindu.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the witness. What does it exactly mean when the jury JK group sits somebody on a seat and announces him? Does that mean that they have removed the current governor of Meru and sat another governor on the seat of Meru? What does it mean and what impact does it have?
What it means, John Cheke is powerful in our community, and anything that John Cheke says is taken seriously. But John Cheke has no mandate whatsoever to do that, even though it happened on that day. It is not the stand of John Cheke. Actually, because even if you do that, you cannot remove the incubating governor from a seat. It's only that you make people think that that thing will happen.
Now, honorable senators, we need to move to the next witness. You can stand down there. The counsel for the governor, kindly call your third witness.
Mr. Speaker, sir, our next witness is Dickson Munene. The witness shall be led by Ms. Brida Kimathi. Thank you.
So would you wish to take an oath of office? I'll take an oath. In that case, you read this text. What's your faith? A Christian. You hold the Bible in the right hand. This people call it oath.
Proceed to take the oath.
I, Nkanata Dickson Munene, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my colleague, Ms. Kimathi, will take on to the witness for about 10 minutes to address a certain aspect of the claim, and then I will continue in the exam in chief. We expect to take around an hour.
You had 4 hours. You had 4 hours. Now you've done 2. You remain with 2 hours. So if this witness takes 2, the other witness will take the other hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. For record purpose, my name is Brida Kimathi. Mr. Nkanata, kindly introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Dickson Munene Nkanata. I'm the CCM Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration at the County Government of Meru.
Do you confirm that you swore an affidavit in support of the response to the governor?
Yes, I confirm.
And is this the affidavit on page 46 of the response of the governor?
Yes, it is.
Do you confirm that the signature at page 72 is your signature?
I confirm.
Mr. Nkanata, have you had the opportunity to read the motion?
Yes, I have.
Could you kindly read for us count number 1A? Count number 1, claim A.
Okay, the count number 1 is misappropriation and misuse of county resources. Under that, the governor, it's alleged that the governor has grossly violated those provisions of the law by, in the following way: A, the embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, in brackets, Rose Kinya Gwantai and Miriam Gwantai, brother, in bracket, Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, brother-in-law, in bracket, Nefat Kinywa, and the nephew to the governor's husband, Edwin Mutuma Murangiri, all of whom are from now on collectively referred to as the governor's relatives.
It was claimed yesterday that 78 million shillings have been, or rather has been misappropriated by the named people in that claim. Is that true?
That was the allegation, but that is not true.
It was also alleged that it was claimed that this 78 million has been met by an account of 2 million shillings. Is that true?
Again, that was the allegation, but the position is that the charge and the particulars of this charge, this count, was directed towards particular individuals. That is Rose Kinya Gwantai, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai Murangiri, Nefat Kenywa, and Edwin Mutuma Murangiri. And in the process, we sought to get information on as it appears in the record of the IFMIS for these particular individuals, the payments that were made that would have been attributed to these particular individuals.
Is this the claim? Is the claim that you're referring to based on the IFMIS that they have presented?
Yes, it is based on the IFMIS record that appears on page 17 to 29 of their documents.
Is there any allegation that has been made for failure to account for the 78 million that was alluded to yesterday?
There is no such an allegation in this particular count. There is no actually an allegation of the amount that the governor is saying to have failed to account.
In your understanding, Mr. Nkanata, the payment that you've just explained, that I alluded to in the IFMIS extract, are these payments made subject to a specific budget or budgeted allocation?
Yes, the payments were made pursuant to the budget of county government of Meru, budget of 2022-2023, and the vote end of the office of the governor.
And what is the nature of that budget item?
It's basically a recurrent expenditure. The office of the governor does not have a budget for development. It is recurrent expenditure.
And you confirm that there is no allegation against the governor for failure to account for this amount?
There is no such an allegation.
Now, an issue was raised around the entries in the said IFMIS extract supplied by the County Assembly. And the issue raised described prepayments. Is there any complaint in the motion that you read about the prepayments?
There is no such a complaint on prepayment in the motion.
And in any event, what do you understand generally on the term prepayment as presented in the IFMIS extract?
Well, my understanding on the term prepayment as used is that these were funds or money that was paid before a certain activity would happen. For instance, you're supposed to travel, you get paid in arrangement to that travel. There's supposed to be an event that's supposed to be organized. There is payment in preparation of that event. Those are prepayments.
And what happens to this prepayment after they've been paid? Is it like, is there an accountability for the same?
They are supposed to be accounted by the person that to whom the money is being deposited into in the account.
So you confirm that prepayment is actually an accepted practice, so to say?
Yes, it is. And in fact, if you look at that IFMIS extract from page 17 to 29, I would like to take you through it, give an example on the same. Some of the prepayments that appears in the first on page 17, you realize that there are a number of entries on 1st July 2022.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that is page 17 of the volume 2 of the County Assembly's documents. Proceed.
Yes, on 1st July 2022, there are payments whose item description is prepayment, 9 of them. I would like to confirm that those were payments that were actually made in the previous regime. That is the regime before the regime of Governor Kiraito, the former governor, Meru County.
In any case, is there any charge that the governor is facing for failure to account for these prepayments?
There is no such a charge.
Kindly proceed to count 1B. If you could read for us count 1B.
Count 1B is the withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives, yet they, that is the governor's relatives, yet they are ineligible to tender for or supply any goods or services to the county government.
What would you say is the basis for this charge? Or what is the charge based on?
Okay, the charge still is based on the complaint that was alluded to, that appears in the volume.
Is this the complaint on page 1 of volume 2?
Yes, page 1 of volume 2 to page 29. It's the complaint of one Duranera Salesio Mutuma.
In this charge, it has been alleged that the governor's relatives supplied the county government, or rather funds were misappropriated through the governor's relatives, where they supplied the county government with supplies. What is the nature of those supplies? Or rather, are you aware of any supplies that were made?
Okay, I'm not aware of any supplies that were made by the alleged governor's relatives. But from the complaint, from the phase of the complaint, you can see the item description called hospital supplies.
Yes, can I take you to page 6 of volume 2?
Yes, I'm there.
Specifically, item number, the voucher number is 65735.
Yes. Yes, it reads hospital supplies and others. And
We confirm that the mover of the motion alluded to the fact that the supply of this specific voucher was for hospital supplies.
yes, that was what was alluded by the move of the motion. And the reason why we did not belabor to explain this further is because the charge is as against the governor's relatives. Is as against the governor's relatives who had been previously listed. And under this particular complaint, on the phase of page 4 to page 5 and 6 that you've taken me through, is that these are transaction history between Kadhure Rukaria Catherine, who has not been listed among the alleged governor's relatives.
Yes, regardless, but and in relation to that charge, I would like for you to read us, to take us to page 19 of the IFMIS extract of volume 2 of the bundle of documents of the County Assembly.
Yes,
page 19.
I am there.
On that page, can you see the voucher number 65735 that is alleged to on page 6 as hospital supplies?
Yes, I can see it.
Could you read to us what this, can you confirm that this is the same voucher number?
Yes, it is.
And what was the payment for this specific voucher number made for?
Hospitality supplies.
So would you say that this is a deliberate attempt to misrepresent facts by the mover of the motion?
Yes, I would say that it was a deliberate attempt by the complainant, and the mover of the motion fell into that by concluding that that was a hospital supplies as opposed to hospitality supplies.
Okay, so let us go back to the IFMIS report that is from page 17 to 29 of volume 2.
Yes.
Was this report formally requested for and supplied?
No, the same was not, it wasn't, to my best of my knowledge, it wasn't.
Is the report presented before this house certified?
It is not certified.
Well enough. It's been alleged that some vouchers lack 1 or 2 signatures. I refer you to the vouchers that we produced on pages 19 to 342 of our exhibit, index of exhibits. It's here. It's okay, you don't need to. Yes. You're aware that the governor produced vouchers on pages 19 to 342?
Yes, I am aware.
It's been alleged that these vouchers lack 1 or 2 signatures. In your knowledge and understanding, can you explain this?
Yes, I can explain. When we were required to respond to this motion, we were given 3 days to respond to the same. As a matter of fact, at the moment, the external auditors in Meru County, and some of the documents that we would have wanted to rely on are documents that they are with the external auditors. So what we did, we got copies of documents. We got copies of documents from the chief of staff. And it appears that some of these copies of the documents that the chief of staff made, they are not copies that were made as a final, for instance, a final voucher that has been signed at the time of making the payment. These are copies of the vouchers that have been signed and forwarded. Thereafter, they have been forwarded to the Department of Finance so that they can effect payment. So you will find that in some of the copies of the vouchers that we have attached, the director of accounts is indicated as to have not signed, because this is a copy that was made from the copies that were with the chief of staff.
So are you confirming that the original copies are with external auditors?
Yes, the original copies are with the external auditors, and if we have been given more time to get them, or
Final copies, rather.
the final copies, which are the original copies, they are with the external auditors, and I'm sure that all of them have been signed.
So is it your testimony today that this impeachment motion is immature in that?
Yes, it was, in my opinion, it was premature because we should have waited for, if at all, they ordered to insist on bringing a charge as against misappropriation and misuse of county resources, then it would have worked well or better for them to have a report of the external auditor who is carrying out their audit at the moment. And that is even further emphasized by a letter from the CEC Finance, which letter appears in their bundle of documents on page 30, I believe, page 30 of their bundle of document, that is volume 2. It's actually page 31. Where it gives an explanation that the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provision for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit to the Auditor General the annual finance statements in respect of county government in formats to be prescribed by the Accounting Standards Board. She further indicates the document that usually accompany this as the statement would include the services for which the appropriated money was spent, the amount actually spent on each service, the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote, a statement explaining any variations between the actual expenditure and the sums voted, and any other information specified by the county treasury. So this is information that would have, all this would have helped to explain those entries in the IFMIS. And if at all there is any issue, it would have been flagged.
Thank you. Now, from your understanding then, is there any impeachable offense on these two on the account of the governor?
I don't see any impeachable offense in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Kanata. Mr. Speaker, sir, I yield the witness to Mr. Kubasu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Okubasu. I'll take on to the witness for the remainder of the questions. And I want to start by a claim that was made about employment of traffic marshals. For this, I will refer you to page 394 of volume 2. 394 of volume 2. And I want to ask you a question for this house, which is it true that the governor established and recruited traffic marshals?
It is not true.
What is your response?
My response is this. The governor flagged a pilot test for traffic marshals. And this is an explanation that is gotten from page 394 of the letter of the county secretary to the county public service board, where the county secretary indicates that the town, that is Meru town, has been overwhelmed with traffic jams, making its special services such as ambulance and firefighting get inconvenienced and with repercussions. So the existing enforcement officers who are in charge of cleaning the town or making sure, ensuring that there is no traffic jams, could do this work. Who could do this work? There are few.
Council, kindly direct the House on which document you're making reference to.
We are referring to volume 2 of the County Assembly's document, at page 394 to be precise.
Very well. Proceed.
So in that letter, the county secretary confirms that they have pilot tested the initiative using the cleaners by training them and having them do this work. And they found that the initiative was highly successful. So it is a letter requesting the county public service board to create the positions of the traffic marshals.
So that it is your position that those positions for traffic marshals are yet to be established.
They are yet to be established. They're in the process of being established, subject to meeting the requirements that the County Public Service Board indicated.
Okay. We'll leave that issue and then we go to an issue that is raised under on cleaners that have been designated as senior support staff. And I want to lead you to page 373 of volume 2. Page 373 of volume 2. Do you have any explanation as to the designation of a cleaner as a senior support staff?
Okay, I indicated that as the CCM of public service, I do not have any information as to a designation of a cleaner into a senior support staff. And the copies of the payslips that have been attached here, I cannot tell as to their authenticity. All I have noticed is that the purported senior support staff are being paid the same amount a cleaner is paid, which is 15,000 per month. That is the gross, the basic salary, which is the basic salary for a cleaner. So I would highly suspect that this is something that has been edited from cleaner to a senior support staff.
Okay, I think very well go with that. Now, there is this allegation about Nefat Kinywa being assigned the position of the Director of External Linkages without a competitive recruitment process. It's an issue that arose here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What is your position about it?
My position about this is that Nefat Kinywa, who is an administrator in the office of the Deputy Governor, was deployed to perform the functions of a Director External Linkages. This was done after the person who had been appointed, the substantive person who had been appointed for that position, who is Vincent Mutweri, after his academic qualifications and degrees were verified by the County Public Service Board, they found that those documents were forged. And for that particular reason, his appointment was revoked. So this deployment was made awaiting substantive appointment of another direct external linkages.
Okay, has that happened already or not yet?
It has happened.
It has happened.
Yes.
Okay, how about the other claim that was made of Kenneth Mwiti Riungu and being appointed without the approval of the county assembly?
I also confirm that Kenneth Mwiti Riungu was not appointed as a chief officer, but deployed to perform the functions of that particular office. Under deployment, it is something that is allowed in law by the County Government Act, where a public officer, in this case the county secretary, can make deployment awaiting substantive appointments.
Okay.
And on the same note, that if such a deployment have been made irregularly, the County Public Service Board has the authority in law under Section 64, subsection 5 of the County Government Act to take corrective measures, which include to nullify that particular deployment or delegation.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask you one final question on this issue. And this question, I want you to look at page 295 of volume 2. Page 295 of volume 2, and request you to confirm that the appointment or deployment of Edwin Mutuma, Kenneth Riungu, and Gitobu Nkanata was done, number one, by the county secretary. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And second is that it did not affect only those 3 employees.
Yes, it did not affect the 3 employees only.
Okay. So how many employees were affected, if you may tell this house?
17.
17 employees. Is there any complaint in respect of the 17 employees?
There is no complaint, but there was a petition that was filed in court by the same Salesio Duranera on illegal appointment, alleged illegal appointment and deployment by the county secretary, where he sues the county secretary. That matter is still pending in court.
Okay. Fair enough. I will ask you, I'm about to finish. There are questions about the appointment of Monica Kawira, Dr. Kome Mudhuri, Francis Muigai, and Silas Mbabu, that these people were appointed in an acting capacity for more than 6 months. Is that a correct allegation, or it's not?
It is not correct.
What is your explanation to that?
Is that Monica Kagwema was appointed in acting capacity on 17th of May 2023. 6 months are yet to lapse. The other 2, Dr. Kome Mudhuri was appointed on 23rd August 2023 in acting capacity still. And it's still not 6 months after his appointment in acting capacity.
So that your position is that the positions these people are acting for 6 months has not substantially ended for most of them.
It has not, and there is no evidence that has been put in place to confirm that or substantiate that allegation.
Okay, there's a question about 100 staff that have been employed by the governor in her office. Is that a correct position?
It is not a correct position. And
what is the correct position?
To my knowledge, I have not seen any letters of appointment signed by the governor appointing these particular employees under the office of the governor, and that these particular employees are usually appointed by the County Public Service Board. That is one. 2, it is not true that the number that is alleged there, it is the number of employees that have been appointed. And some of them are cleaners, casual cleaners who have been designated into to clean the offices of the governor, the residences of both the governor and the deputy governor, And these are employees that essentially are under public service.
Okay. I'll ask you two questions about the grievances of the deputy governor in relation to employees. And one of them is it has been claimed that the deputy governor has been frustrated by taking away of some of his employees. So question number one is this: to the best of your knowledge, and I saw this in the affidavit of the driver, how many drivers does the deputy governor have?
He had 4 drivers.
So your testimony is that the deputy governor had 4 drivers?
Yes.
Okay, one of the drivers has complained that the county wrote a letter acknowledging non-existent resignation letters. I want to take you to page 366 and page 367 of the volume of the governor's response, the indexture to the governor's response, the blue document. And I want you to confirm to this house whether it is true or not true that the county government wrote a letter acknowledging non-existent resignation letters.
You sent page 367?
366 and 367. Of the document by the governor. My question is, I want you to confirm to this house whether or not there was existent or non-existent resignation letters.
There was resignation letters.
Is that found anywhere on the record?
Yes. There's a letter of resignation, page 366. There's another one on page 367.
So they are actually resignation letters. Is that correct?
From the face of it, they are resignation letters.
Resignation letters. Has any of those employees taken the county government to court in respect of those resignation letters?
None of the employees have taken the county government to court.
To the best of your knowledge, has anyone been charged in the county government for forgery of the resignation letters?
I'm not aware of any person.
Okay. So I'll finish just by asking you one question on the if miss. I will repeat. I will go back there, and I just want you to confirm one thing to this house on the charge of misappropriation of funds. Please confirm the date when the governor assumed office.
On 25th August 2022.
On 25th of August 2022.
Yes.
Now, the IFMIS document that we have been given predates the date when the governor got into office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there entries that are similar in nature during the time when this governor was not in office, and they are similar to what has happened after she got into office?
Yes, there are entries as I have pointed out.
Can you just flag out 2 or 3 of them again? That will be the last question from me. At page 17. Of volume 2, that is?
Yes.
By the county assembly?
The first 2 entries are on prepayment.
Okay.
And the third entry also is on hospitality supplies.
So that all those correspond to what happens after the governor comes into office?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, that will be all in exam chief for the witness. I will hand him over for cross-examination.
Counsel for the county assembly may proceed to cross-examine the witness.
My learned friend, Mr. Dixon Monene, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please confirm to the Senate your professional background.
I'm a lawyer by profession and an advocate of the High Court.
Practicing with which firm?
I stopped practicing when I joined the county government.
In which firm were you practicing before you stopped?
OMK Advocates.
Who was your partner in that law firm?
There was Isaac Kazungu. There was Dr. Okubasu.
That was our colleague who just examined you a while ago, right?
Yes.
As a learned man, we can take it you're fairly familiar with the laws of Kenya, right?
Yes.
I want us, before we go to those laws, who is the accounting officer in the office of the governor?
Either the chief officer
Either the chief officer,
under the office of the governor or the chief of staff.
but as a matter of fact, who is the designated accounting officer for the office of the governor of Meru County?
It's the chief officer, apparently.
His name?
Her name is Naomi.
Okay. You will agree that would ordinarily be the person testifying to accusations of embezzlement of funds, not you who heads a different department. Wouldn't you agree to that, sir?
It depends.
Who ordinarily, sir, you're a lawyer, let's make it easy. Who, as a matter of law and fact, and ideally should be responding to the allegations about embezzlement of funds, is it you or the accounting officer?
The accounting officer.
Good. Does the Meru County government have a CEC for finance?
It does.
What is her name?
CPA Monica Kadhono.
Monica Kadhono.
Yes.
You will agree with me, even if we were to take it that there is no accounting officer, that will be the next person in line that will be better placed to tell the Senate about misappropriation of funds, correct or incorrect?
In assumption, yes, correct.
I put it to you, sir, that the reason none of these officers has been called as a witness is because they know from their professional background they cannot defend the allegations before the Senate.
That is not true. The reason is because many of the allegations that have been made here are on employment, and we could not bring every employee of the county to answer to these questions.
We are with the allegation of embezzlement of funds. I put it to you, sir, that the reason the governor has not called either of these two officers to defend the irregularities on these IFMIs is because those officers cannot, as professionals in that line, defend the content of these IFMIs, the irregularities on it.
That is not true.
That is not true. You just told the Senate that...
Dr. Mudomi.
Yes.
Just a little bit housekeeping. How much time do you need for purposes of cross-examination?
Mr. Speaker, I see myself taking at least an hour with this witness, which I'll be sharing with my learned friend, Mr. Boniface Mawira, and time permitting with Mr. Mari Maranya.
1 hour might be too much.
It's my challenge, Mr. Speaker, is you note of all the affidavits filed by the governor, the bulk of the governor's defenses in these witnesses affidavit He speaks to very many things. The length of his affidavit clearly confirms it. That is the only reason we beseech you to grant us at least an hour.
Very well. We are going to give you 30 minutes. We take a break for lunch, then you resume and work within that time.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Dixon Monene, it is your testimony before the Senate that the transactions on the IFMIS report at page 17 to 29 relate to the period when Governor Kiraitu was the governor, right?
That is not true. I have seen that it transcends between the two regimes. When the former governor was in place and when the new governor, the current governor is.
It transcends the two regimes.
Yes.
Would you agree with me this document, sir, has hundreds upon hundreds of transactions?
Yes.
Would you also agree with me that out of these hundreds upon hundreds of transactions, only 12 cover the period when the Honorable Kiraitu Murungi was the governor?
I'll have to confirm that.
Okay, we will confirm with you. Go to page 17. What is the date? At page 17 of the first transaction.
Sorry, 1st of July 2022.
When did the governor assume office?
25th August.
25th August.
Yes.
So when you will agree with me, after the first 12 transactions, all the other transactions on page 17 cover the period when the governor Kawira was the one in charge, right?
Right.
That applies to all the transactions on the next page, right?
Right.
And the next page.
Yes.
And the next page.
Yes.
All the way to the end.
Yes, until the end of the financial year.
Good. Therefore, you will agree with me, sir, that more than 99% of these IFMIs relates to a period when the Honorable Kawira was the governor for Meru County. True or untrue, it's there on the document.
I have not necessarily seen more than 99%, but the majority.
Would you agree more than 90%?
Yes, I would.
Good. It is therefore not correct or even fair to suggest that it is someone else other than the Governor Kawira Mwangaza who should be questioned about the irregularities in this IFMIS.
That was never the suggestion.
Okay, that was not the suggestion. We'll deal with it later. Is there anywhere in the impeachment motion where we mention hospitality?
Yes.
In which paragraph? And what page? Is there anywhere we have mentioned hospital supplies?
No, various supplies.
Yeah, but everywhere that was made of the phrase hospital supplies vis-a-vis hospitality supplies.
That is in your annexure.
I'm talking about the motion, sir.
It is not in the motion.
Good. I would assume, sir, as the head of legal in Meru County, you're familiar with the County Governments Act. Is that a fair assumption for me to make?
Yes, it is.
Let's go to volume 3 of our Bado, Mr. Speaker, Volume 3 of the Assembly's Badu. Go to page 19, sir, of that volume. You see there is Section 30 of the County Governments Act. Right?
I'm not there yet. I'm trying to- You sent page
19 of our volume 3.
Yes.
What is the title of that Section 30? Mr. Dixon Monene, what is the heading of that section as per the statute?
Functions and responsibilities of a county governor.
It talks of two things. One is functions, right?
Yes.
The other one is responsibilities, right?
Yes.
You will agree the word responsibility connotes accepting the consequences of one's actions and omissions, even as a matter of ordinary grammar, isn't it?
Sorry?
When we say the responsibility of so and so, aren't we saying, using another derivative of the word, they are responsible for the things listed there?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree the governor is responsible, as per this section, paragraph A, for diligently executing the functions of the office. Diligence is the word used, right?
Where are you?
The requirement here is one of diligence, paragraph 2A.
Yes.
You will also agree with me, sir, as a matter of ordinary grammar, diligence connotes active engagement, not the idea of saying it wasn't me or it was the work of someone else. Doesn't it connote exercising close supervision, paying attention to detail? Does it connote detachment from the matter at hand so that I am detached? It wasn't me. It was the county secretary. It was the chief of staff. It was other officials. It wasn't me. Does this section permit a detached governor, a governor who is detached from what is happening in our own office? Either it does or it doesn't, Mr. Munene, and you are a lawyer, please.
It connotes that the governor should diligently execute the functions and exercise the authority provided for in the Constitution and legislation, the governor's authority.
So it means governor's authority is to be exercised diligently.
Yes.
Not in a nonchalant or careless or I don't care type of approach, isn't it?
Diligently is the word.
Diligently. Let's go to paragraph 3. Before we go to 3, above there is a Roman I. Does it require the governor to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and within the provision of any services? Doesn't it mean the governor is responsible, going back to the title, for ensuring the proper discharge of all the functions of the county executive?
Which Roman?
Roman I, section 30, subsection 2, Roman I.
So what I have, it says that by a decision notified in the county gazette,
Yes.
the governor shall assign to every member of the county executive committee responsibility to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and the provision of related services to the people.
So the governor does not just assign responsibilities to CECMs or indeed any other officer. They have to ensure the discharge of the relevant function, and going to the previous section, diligently, isn't it?
My understanding is that the governor shall assign to every member a responsibility. And this responsibility, it is to ensure the discharge of any function within the county and the provision of related services to the people.
Fair enough. Let's go to 3. Can you read the opening line to subsection 3?
In performing the functions under subsection 2, the governor shall.
It says the governor shall. So this section is speaking to an obligation of the governor, correct?
Yes, it is.
As a matter of fact, as the eminent lawyer you are, this is a mandatory obligation under the canons of interpreting the law, isn't it? The word shall, isn't it, connoting an obligation in the nature of a mandatory duty?
It is, but no, I mean, I don't think it's mandatory.
Okay, we will live with that. But what does it say the governor shall do as per paragraph A?
Shall provide leadership in the county's governance and development.
The governor shall provide leadership in the county's governance.
Yes, and development.
So the governor is the leader when it comes to issues of governance in the county, isn't it?
Yes, and development.
You will agree with me, sir, the question of embezzlement of public funds is an issue in the realm of governance. Is it or is it not?
It is.
And if it is, and the statute says the governor shall provide leadership, it is not therefore open to the governor to throw junior officers under the bus when the statute says it is our responsibility. Correct or incorrect?
I have not said that the governor has thrown junior officers under the bus.
Our defense, if you have read it, is that it wasn't me, it was someone else. And to be precise, if you want me to quote her defense, she says, if this embezzlement occurred, it occurred under the care of other officials who are independently answerable to the county assembly and who independently bear responsibility. That's the defense I'm interrogating, my learned friend. Is that defense consistent with this paragraph A, which says the governor shall provide leadership on matters of governance?
I would beg to see that paragraph that you just quoted on the governor's defense.
Oh, we'll of course show it to you, sir.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Mr. Speaker. Open my.
As you do that, Dr. Mudomi, be mindful of the time. And if it's taking longer, you can move on to the next line of your questioning.
It is, I'm about just to, only that my computer is playing games with me, but I'll find it. It is paragraph 12, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry we lost time on this because My learned friends shouldn't really be denying something that is in black and white. Can you read paragraph 12 of the governor's response, sir? It will be on the smaller bundle of the governor's documents, Mr. Speaker.
You mean the paragraph appearing in page 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you read it for us?
The impeachment motion is, therefore, a means to a selfish end by the deputy governor, who is the ultimate beneficiary if the governor is removed from office. Indeed, the bulk of the allegations against Her Excellency the Governor largely constitute matters that this Senate found the governor not to be in wrongdoing during the first impeachment by the County Assembly. In any view, many of the same allegations are essentially matters within the docket of other county officials who bear responsibility and who, in law, are subject to oversight by the Assembly.
So, sir, that last sentence is the one I'm interested in because it is one of the many defenses of the governor that say it wasn't me, it was other officials. Is that defense, sir, consistent with the responsibility of the governor under section 30, subsection 3, to provide leadership on matters of governance?
Yes, it is consistent.
Okay. Does it go to 3C? What does it say the governor shall do?
3C,
in our volume 3, we're still on section 30, sir.
Okay.
Section C, subsection C of 3, what does it tell us the governor shall do?
In performing the functions under subsection 2, the governor shall promote democracy, good governance, unity, and cohesion within the county.
Now, sir, you again agree one of the responsibilities of the matters for which the governor is responsible is matters to do with governance. It is the section saying the governor is responsible for it. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct. Good governance.
It also talks of the governor bearing responsibility to promote unity and cohesion.
Yes, which in my opinion she has done.
Yes, but you also agree, sir, if by law this is a responsibility of the governor, if there are serious questions about governance, cohesion, and national unity, the governor can say it wasn't me, crucify someone else. True or untrue, Mr. Munene?
This is a corrective responsibility because
No. Does it say it is a collective responsibility, or does the section say it is the responsibility of the governor?
The section says it's the responsibility of a governor,
Good.
But in other sections, there
Let's
are other,
stick to this one. We'll come to the other section.
other provisions for other leaders to promote the same.
Munene, you're a lawyer, you know the rules. I didn't ask about the other sections. We are talking about the governor. Let's go to the most beautiful of them, F. Can you read to the Senate? One of the things this section of the law says, the governor bears responsibility. What does it say at F?
In performing the function under subsection 2, the governor shall be accountable for the management and use of the county resources.
So the law already says the governor shall be accountable. Initially, we begin with the title of the section saying it is the responsibility of the governor. And now we are being told the governor is accountable. Correct or incorrect?
That is correct.
I put it to you, sir, that based on all these legal provisions, it is not legally open to the governor to say it wasn't me.
And my response to that is that I have not seen any provision or anywhere the governor is saying it wasn't me.
Even after you read for us telling us it is the other officials and they are independently responsible? Mr. Speaker, I'm being told it's time to proceed for lunch. Maybe you can leave it at that point.
You still have got 7 minutes to go.
Oh, good. I had then read the signal wrongly from the... Mr. Dixon.
Yes, sir.
As a lawyer, to the best of your knowledge, is the government allowed to pay for goods not paid, not supplied, or services not yet rendered?
For goods and services not yet rendered.
Yes, and I'll refer to you again to our volume 3, page 51.
Just take your time. Okay.
Volume 3, Mr. Speaker of our Bados. Have you reached there, Mr. Munene?
Yes, I have.
Section 45, subsection 2 of the Anti-Corruption and the Economic Crimes Act. You will agree that law is a Chapter 6 law. Am I right or wrong? It's a law that breathes life to Chapter 6 of our Constitution. Correct or incorrect?
Sorry?
Mr. Munene.
Sorry?
Is this law the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act?
Yes,
a law founded on Chapter 6 of our Constitution?
It's a law that was enacted even before the Chapter 6 of the Constitution.
Yes, but is it one of the laws, sir, that give effect to Chapter 6 of our Constitution? Either it is or it is not.
Yes, it does.
Good, it does. Now, at Section 45, what does it tell us public agencies should not do at subsection 2, Roman 2, and Roman 3? Does it say public agencies cannot pay for goods not supplied or supplied in full?
Sorry?
Does it forbid at page 51, Mr. Munene, the county government of Meru from paying for goods not supplied or supplied in full?
It says an officer or person whose functions concern the administration, custody,
Omau, Omau wetu ni magerila. Omau.
A very warm welcome to these Senate live proceedings. They are coming to you courtesy of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC. On this Wednesday afternoon's order of paper, the Senate will continue the hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County. And just a recap of the proceedings earlier on today, the Senate considered the communication that was made by the Speaker of the Senate to the Senate yesterday before adjourning on the comments by one CS Moses Kuria on the X platform, formerly the Twitter, on the comments that were made on this process. And a lot of senators raised a lot of concern about the conduct of that CS, and some were even of the opinion that he should be dismissed from the cabinet as well as fired. Though under the Constitution of Kenya, Article 152, sub-article 6, it's only the National Assembly that can impeach a cabinet secretary. And under that provision, a member of the National Assembly, supported by at least 1/4 of all the members of the Assembly, may propose a motion to the President requiring the President to dismiss a CS on the grounds of gross violation of the Constitution or any other law, or where there are serious reasons for believing that the Cabinet Secretary has committed a crime under national or international law. You can see senators have begun to stream into the House, and the defense, rather the counsel for both the County Assembly and the governor are already in the House. Earlier on, during the morning session, the county governor called 3 witnesses, among them Nicholas Kinyua, Muna Josephat, who is an MCA, and there was also Adrian Karichia, who is a Jorincheke council elder, and distinguished can see senators are streaming to the chamber, and any minute from now, once we get the quorum and the speaker enters the chamber and takes the chair, we shall add you over to those proceedings. As we had indicated, as you have just indicated earlier on, the governor has already called 3 witnesses that you have mentioned, and the Senate, once it resumes the counsel for the County Assembly, Dr. Mudomi Diankolu will continue to cross-examine Mr. Dixon Monene, who is a CCM, that is County Executive Committee member for the County Government of Meru, and is the main star witness for these for the governor for Meru County, and the County Assembly of Meru will try to see if they can prove the allegations that the governors already they have accused the governor of, and whether they can punch or the punch holes rather to speak on the evidence by the governor in order to support their case. And during the morning session, there were issues to do with the coercion of members. You can see the procession of the speaker sent at the chamber. And once the speaker takes his chair, we shall add you over to plenary. The presiding speaker is the Senate Speaker, Jeff Emerson Kingi. and is approaching his chair. And once he takes the chair, we hand it over to plenary for the proceedings. Welcome and enjoy the proceedings.
Beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, is there a quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
To be rung for 10 minutes. And this is in line with the standing orders of the Senate, and that is standing order 39 and standing order 40. Under the Senate standing order 39, the required quorum before the Senate can sit is 15 senators, and the quorum at the commencement of a sitting under that provision of standing order 40 is that at the commencement of a sitting, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately after the prayer order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And that is the process that is going on now. The quorum bell is being rung for 10 minutes so that members of the Senate can get into the chambers for the start of this afternoon session. Just to keep you abreast with what is going on, can see that we have the legal team of the County Assembly that is on your screen now, led by one Dr. Mudomi Diankolu. And there is also Morioki, an advocate at Mawera too. And just to guide the listeners on what is going on, the governor is now adducing his evidence, and that evidence shall, the witness who was on the stand before the Senate went for lunch or broke for lunch will take the stand again for cross-examination by the County Assembly. And thereafter, if there is any re-examination, and the governor had indicated, can see the legal team of the governor led by Elisha Ongoya and Elias Mutuma, and there is Okubasu Duncan. They are ready to give evidence in trying to defend the impeachment of the governor. And the governor indicated in the morning that she was going to call for witnesses, and the third witness is coming back for cross-examination rather. And once that is done, can see there is the county governor for Meru, Kawira Mwangaza, together with her lawyer, Elias Mutuma. Once the Senate resumes, the governor will have to call her final witness rather, and thereafter, the senators will have an opportunity to field questions and requests for clarification by senators. And once that is done, then the Senate will continue rather to hear the closing statements on behalf of the County Assembly. And they will have 1 hour or 60 minutes to do so. And after the County Assembly has made their closing statements and remarks on this matter, the Senate will have the governor rather will have 60 minutes or 1 hour to make a closing statement on that impeachment. And then the Senate now, after that, will resort to debate on that motion for impeachment, and thereafter vote on whether to impeach the governor for Meru County or not to uphold that impeachment by the County Assembly of Meru. Just see the quorum bell has stopped ringing. The speaker is, we already over, received this quorum. Yeah.
Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, communication from the chair. Order number 2, hearing and determination of the proposed removal from office by impeachment of Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the governor of Meru County.
Now, I'm informed when we took the lunch break, witness Dixon Munene was on the stand, and he was being cross-examined by the county assembly team, and that they had 30 minutes to conclude that cross-examination. So kindly let the witness take the stand and counsel for the county assembly. You may now proceed with the cross-examination. You have 30 minutes.
belong to? The governor.
Like you let me, there is an AIE order under that office.
There is an AIE hold, of course, but the document is clear. These are transactions in the office
of the governor.
Good. Please confirm, Mr. Munene, that the governor's explanation for all these prepayments is that they were impressed. Is that what the record shows?
That is not what the governor's explanation is.
Sergeant at Arms, is there a problem with the witness's microphone? And Mr. Mnene, when you're responding, get closer to the microphone so that we can hear your response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's now clear.
Mr. Munene, you know there is a matter on the record. Are you saying the governor's explanation is not that the prepayments on these IFMIs were impressed? That our sister Rose Kinya and the other officers were holding?
The explanation is that it's a recurrent expenditure.
Can I refer you to page 8 of the governor's response? Are you there, Mr. Munene?
No, I am not.
Page 8 of the governor's response, Mr. Speaker.
Tell my advocate to guide with documents.
At page 8, paragraph 1.1.12, what is the explanation the governor offers?
As late as 15th August 2023, the mover of the motion at the County Assembly publicly through his Facebook page stated that the PA, driver, and protocol people were entitled to facilitation. That's a statement of fact.
What does she say at paragraph 1.1.7 of our defense?
So which page?
Page 7.
However, no embezzlement of funds has been established. Rose receives money as an imprest holder from time to time as per DMs.
Good. So you agree with me, sir? The governor's explanation for these prepayments, specifically the ones to our sister, is impressed. It's there in black and white, Mr. Monene.
Yes, I agree, it's impressed.
Good. To the best of your knowledge of the law, sir, can a public officer hold two imprests at the same time?
What do you mean by two imprests?
Exactly that, two imprests. Can an officer hold two concurrent imprests?
Yes.
Are you familiar, sir, with the Public Finance Management in bracket County Government Regulations of 2015?
Yes, I am.
Can you read Regulation 93, paragraph 4, subparagraph B.
Regulation 93, it's on classes of imprests.
Yes.
An imprest shall be issued for a specific purpose, and any payments made from it shall be only for the purposes specified in the imprest warrant. There are two types of imprests, namely temporary or safari imprests and standing imprests.
If you pause there, the imprest alluded to in the governor's response is the temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
I don't get the allusion.
You just read for us there are two types of imprest.
Yes.
One is standing, and the other one is temporary, also known as safari. Now back to the defense you read for the governor. Didn't she say these were imprest for per diems?
Yes.
Therefore, you would agree with me, the governor's explanation refers to temporary or safari imprest. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And in fact, we are told in subparagraph 3 that these are meant for official journeys. Correct or incorrect from the regulation?
Where?
The same page you're looking at, regulation 93, subparagraph 3.
Says that temporary imprests shall be issued mainly in respect of official journeys and are intended to provide officers with funds with which they can meet traveling, accommodation, and incidental expenses.
Sir, is it possible for an officer to be on several safaris on the same day so that they would have several imprests on the same day?
I don't think there is a place where we have gotten several imprests.
Just answer my question, sir. We'll get there. Is it possible for a human being to be on 5 safaris on the same day?
It depends.
It depends.
Yes.
That takes me to paragraph 4, subparagraph B. Can you read it for the Senate?
Still on Regulation 93?
Of course, sir.
Before issuing temporary imprests under paragraph 2, the accounting officer shall ensure that the main objective of the journey cannot be achieved by other cheaper means. B, the applicant has no outstanding imprests.
Good.
C,
the accounting officer by documents showing that indeed the journey for which the imprest was issued was undertaken?
Not necessarily. There are other documents that can accompany that. For instance, that there is an invitation for a certain safari.
If the imprest we've read, sir, is to meet traveling, accommodation, and incidental expenses, is it your evidence that in accounting for the imprest, no documents are to be submitted by way of receipts, by way of boarding passes, and related documents to show indeed the money was spent for these purposes? Is that your testimony, Mr. Monene?
No, that is not my testimony.
Good. In the surrender forms and vouchers that the governor has presented to the Senate, have you seen any supporting documents other than the work ticket, the same work ticket used for 4 months, 17 times?
Which one is that?
I'll read the number for you because we went through it yesterday. It is work ticket number 824574, and it appears, for the record, Mr. Monene, in pages 104, 118, 129, 138, 150, 189, 204, 244, 245, 262, 269, 276, 284, 292, 300, 312, and 327 of the governor's Bado.
So the documents that you're referring to me are different.
Have you read their serial numbers, sir?
I've read their content. The
content is, of course, different because it's a forgery, but is in the serial number the same for all of them?
It is not a forgery, it's a photocopy.
Any evidence to show it is a photocopy before this Senate?
Yes, there is.
Can you point it to us? And as you look for the evidence, as you assisted, sir, aren't these work tickets pulled from a serialized book? Wouldn't photocopying be antithetical to the very reason for them having serial numbers? So that even if we were to take it, Mr. Monene, that these are photocopies, which they are not, the photocopying would itself be an act of fraud, wouldn't it? Because it would defeat the purpose of having a serial number. It is still fraudulent accounting, isn't it? Would you agree, sir?
I have not seen any evidence of serial number that you're referring to.
It is your case. Okay, you can be shown because, you know, it's in black and white, Mr. Monene. You can't deny the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It's in black and white.
Yes, it.
You will agree the reason work tickets have a serial number is to facilitate accounting, isn't it?
I may not entirely be in a position to respond to
You're not in a position.
Yes. But what I know is that this is a blank form that has been photocopied by the driver.
Has the driver come to testify here, sir, to say that he photocopied this form?
I'm giving that explanation.
Yes, but you are not the person who can tell us it was a photocopy. It is the driver who can say that. You are a lawyer, you know, correct or incorrect?
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
And you are aware as the lawyer, the only person who can tell the Senate that form was photocopied is the one who photocopied it. Correct or incorrect? Is that the law, Mr. Munene?
Sorry?
Is it the law that you're speaking to hearsay when you say it is a photocopy? Did you witness the photocopying?
I know it has been photocopied.
Did you witness with your 2 eyes, Mr. Munene, photocopying?
No.
Good. So you cannot testify that it's a photocopy. Mr. Speaker, I led my remaining minutes to Mr. Maranya to do the remainder of our cross-examination.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just before I begin, Honorable Speaker, I must admit that the witness is my classmate. Nevertheless, I'll proceed to do the cross-examination. Mr. Munene.
Yes, Speaker.
Please confirm to this House that you're not in charge of County Public Service Board.
County Public Service Board is an autonomous body at the county government.
Very good. It's an autonomous body in the county government.
Yes, established under the County Government Act.
Meaning it's an independent government, or arm of a government. Sorry, dependent organ of a government, county government.
Yes.
Please confirm that matters employment falls within the realm of the County Public Service Board. Matters employment in the county government of Meru.
Matters recruitment. Matters employment fall both in terms of employees under the public service and also the County Public Service Board when it comes to recruitment.
Well, please confirm again that there's a specific spokesperson of the County Public Service Board other than yourself.
The County Public Service Board has established it as a secretary who is also
the CEO
of the board.
CEO and the spokesperson of the board.
The Act does not say that he's a spokesperson, but I know he's a secretary and the CEO.
In other words, can you speak on behalf of the board?
No.
No. You have made an allegation that the payment of one Dr. Toiti, Kenneth Kimathi, Paul Mwaki was done in accordance with the court order. Is that so? You still
Yes.
making the same argument?
Yes, I do.
I want to refer you to the letters that sent the stated persons on compulsory leave. Are you there?
Which page are you referring to?
This page 336 of the County Assembly, Volume 2. Are you there? Kindly mindful of time.
Yes, I am.
Please read the second sentence beginning with while on compulsory leave.
While on compulsory leave,
yes,
you'll be entitled to your full salary,
yes,
and other benefits that go
with your
contract.
Very well.
Yes.
That means this letter is dated when?
6th of September 2022.
6th of September 2022. Written by who? Is it the county secretary?
It is signed by Rufus Meriti.
What is the designation of that particular person?
Used to be a county secretary and head
Was
of public service.
While on compulsory leave, you'll be entitled to your full salary and other benefit that goes with your contract. That's all? Please confirm that the court order dated 7th of October 2022 did not order the county government to pay salaries. Please confirm that particular court order. You can refer to it in the court order of 7th of October 2022.
It's on which page?
For page 418. Sorry, 416, sorry, my apologies. Does it make reference to salaries?
For which volume?
It can be shown by my colleague. Page 416 of the governance Bible. So, yeah, sorry, on the county assembly Bible. Does it speak of, does it order the county secretary as well as the county governor to pay the petitioners their salaries? Please, mindful of time.
Okay, the order issues conservatory orders.
Does it order you to pay, does it order the governor to pay salaries as well as salaries? Does it speak of a salary in that? The order number one. It is
yes, the interpretation of that order indicates that salaries should be paid.
Where specifically?
By restraining the respondents, whether by themselves, their offices, or their servants or agents whatsoever, from implementing the impugned decisions contained in the letters.
Where does the letter that you read is so express on payment of salaries? This particular one, does it speak of salaries payment?
This particular order freezes the letter on compulsory leave.
Does not talk on salaries. It is a factual.
No, a subsequent one talks on salary.
No, not this one. We are going to the.
Not this one that you're talking about.
This one does not order you to pay the salaries.
No, but there is a subsequent one in the same matter, which you appear for the petitioners.
Do you still want to maintain that your government that you are ordered by the court to pay salaries?
Yes, I still maintain that.
In accordance to?
In accordance to the court order.
Court order dated?
Let me take you there.
Court order dated? Kindly, mindful of time again?
Yes. The court order dated.
I'm only interested with the date. Dated when?
You're interested with the payment of salaries.
No, what is the date of that court order? What is the date of that court order?
19th October 2023.
19th October 2023, a year later. Confirm it's a year later. The other one is dated 7th of October 2023. That is a court order that came a year later.
True that wants to confirm whether they are being paid their salaries.
Yes, please confirm whether it is a year later. I want to refer you to page number 34 of the County Assembly Bible, volume 2, pages 34, sorry. It's a copy of the payslip. Are you there?
Page
34 of our Bible.
Yes.
The payslip is dated March 2023.
Yes, it's for the salary of 2023 March.
March.
Yes.
Very well. Now, I want you to, the final question, the very final, Honorable Speaker. Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities?
Sorry?
Whose responsibility is it to employ on acting capacities? Is it the County Public Service Board?
No, the County Public Service Board does not have that responsibility to employ on acting capacity.
Yes. Who has that responsibility?
The County Public Service Board can only employ in acting capacity where it has the responsibilities of employing those other, filling that position in substantive.
I am asking a simple question. Matters employment, whether in acting or substantive capacity, whose responsibility is that? In other words, I can refer you to section 59(1)(b) of the County Government Act.
I know section 64 also explains further that a public officer can employ in acting capacity, deployment, or designation.
Honorable Speaker, could I have just 2 minutes to wind up? My apologies. Just 2 minutes. I don't want to act outside the timelines. If I could have just.
Okay, you have 2 minutes to conclude.
Very well, thank you. I want to refer you to your letter signed by yourself on page 347 of your bundle. Of your index. (347), quickly, please. Dated 9th of March 2023.
Yes, I am there.
347.
Yes, I am there.
Who is that individual that you are appointing to act in an active capacity as Director of External Partnership?
I am deploying.
You are deploying?
Yes.
To act from where to where?
I'm deploying from to the Directorate of External Partnership, still within the.
From where to where?
Not from where to where, because it's still within that department.
It's very clear, from Office Administrator, Office of the Deputy Governor, to Directorate of External
Partnership Affairs.
Is that true?
Yes.
Did you have the powers to do that in accordance to section 59(1)(b) of the County Public Service Board?
In accordance to section 64, I had the powers to.
When you are doing this particular responsibility,
Yes.
were you not acting under the directions of the governor?
No, I was acting as the acting county secretary and head of public service. service when we did not have that, when that position had not been filled.
You are deploying this person specifically to the office of the governor. True or not true?
That person was still in the office of the governor as an administrator to the deputy governor.
I'll make reference to one Edwin Murangeri, Kenneth Mweti Riongo, Gitobun Kanata, who are acting chief officers. Were these particular persons chief officers of substantive departments before they were deployed to act in those respective capacities?
Which one, sir?
I will refer you to pages 295 of volume 2. Are you there?
The County Assembly's document?
Yes, page 295.
Yes, I am.
Please read item number 6 on Elijah Kimati Tonjera. Just after the word food security, read the next.
To move from the Department of Trade, Tourism and Cooperatives to Department of Agriculture and Food Security as the acting chief officer.
As acting chief officer.
Yes.
Please also read number 3, Kobia Faith Kadure.
To move to Department of Economic Planning and ICT to perform the functions.
Now, very last, in acting capacity again. Very last, read number 12, Kenneth Mweti Riongo. Very last.
To move from Department of Legal Affairs, Public Service Management and Administration.
Yes. Yes.
To Department of Trade and Cooperatives to perform the functions of the chief officer trained.
In number 12, is there a reference to in acting capacity? Number 12, that Kenneth Mweti Riongo.
No, because it's a deployment.
Is there a reference to acting capacity?
There is no, because it's a deployment.
There is no, I take that.
Yes.
Did this particular person go through the...
Council, your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Council for Governor, would you wish to re-examine?
Mr. Speaker,
Council,
sir,
how much time?
I will take 5 minutes or less.
Good.
Now, I have a few questions for you, Mr. Dickson Munene. And one of the questions is about your status in the county government. You have told this House in cross-examination that you were the county secretary or acting county secretary, or that you that you were holding on to more than one docket. Can you explain that in detail and the circumstances under which that happened?
Okay. when on 30th September of 2022, the governor nominated myself together with 9 others for appointment as CECs. And the list was forwarded to the assembly. Only 3 of us were approved. And on 2nd of November 2022, when we assumed office as a CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management and Administration, it effectively meant that the term of the other CCs had lapsed. And then the governor to reorganize the executive in such a way that I had to own some position in acting capacity. When we came here for the impeachment motion last year on December, there's an issue that arose that the position of the county secretary had not been properly filled. And the governor, there was a recommendation that the position of the county secretary should be properly filled. That is through advertisement and recruitment and approval by the assembly, the county assembly. So the process began, and thereafter I was given the position to act as the acting county secretary and head of public service, while still owning my substantive position of the CCM, Legal Affairs and Public Service Management.
Okay, so it's that context that you have given this testimony?
Yes, it is.
Now, who are said to have embezzled funds from the county? Are they county officials or other citizens?
Sorry?
Who are said to have embezzled the funds? Who are claimed to have embezzled funds? In terms of designation, or is it correct to say that these are public officials who are attached to the county? Is that correct? That's allegation.
Yes.
And these are under your docket, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So that it is in that capacity that you are giving your testimony today?
Yes, because these are officers that are under public service.
My good friend, Mr. Thiankolu, made reference to the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act and the issues of incurring expenditure prior. What is your explanation about that?
Okay, thank you. I'm referring to it.
Or
He referred
put
to
it more directly,
yes.
Is it unlawful for a prepayment to be made? That is the submission.
It is not unlawful for a prepayment to be made,
yes,
because the regulations that he referred to, if you go to regulation 91 of the Public Finance Management Regulations of 2015, regulation 91, regulation 1 states that for the purposes of this subpart, an interest is a form of cash advance, which is a prepayment, or a float which the accounting officer may authorize to be issued to officers who in the course of duty are required to make payments which cannot conveniently be made through the cash office of a government entity or bank account. So this is where prepayments comes in.
Okay, so that is a legal basis for prepayments.
Yes.
Who is the accounting officer or the AIE holder in the office of the governor?
I indicated there's a chief officer. Initially, there used to be a chief of staff.
Are there mechanisms of accountability in respect to those to those holders, those office holders?
Yes, there are.
Is there a distinction between IFMIS and imprest?
Yes, there is.
Just in brief summary, so that we, to the best of your understanding.
The interest is those prepayments and advances.
Yes.
IFMIS, it's actually a generated document from the IFMIS, which indicates the payments that have been made.
Indicates a payment that has been made.
Yes.
Okay. There was reference to payments that were made during the tenure of Governor Kiraitu, Honorable Kiraitu Murungi.
Yes.
Can you confirm if it's true or not that those payments were made actually on the same date? Is that something you're able to confirm?
Yes, I can confirm.
Is that the position?
It is the position.
So that the fact that a payment is made on a single day doesn't mean that that becomes an impeachable offense.
Yeah, and actually, and indicated the reasons why these payments are made on a single day is because at times the county can take 2 months or so, 3 months before the funds are released to the county. During this period, officers are sent to places. During this period, activities are going on. The county is still running. But on the basis that when these funds land to the county the account, then those people who have incurred expenses, they are going to claim those expenses, and the expenses might be paid in a day, even 5 of them, when the money is available.
So that is not irregular?
Yes, it is very regular.
Okay, we will, there was an issue I wanted to clarify about the court order. I saw the stay order, what you meant, what you understood by the stay order and what it meant.
Yes, what I meant is that after these particular officers were given letters, were sent on compulsory leave, the court order froze that letter. Those letters sending them on compulsory leave, meaning that they are entitled to their benefits and salaries as a consequence of that court order.
Okay. We can then answer the last question, which was very difficult, with its simple answer. Mr. Mudomi asked you about a worksheet, and he put you to task whether it was a photocopy or not. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I remember.
Okay. Was that document the original?
It was not the original.
So it must have been a copy.
It must have been a copy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable senators, we will have 10 minutes for questions and clarifications, starting with Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question will go to the Council for the Governor. And let me start by saying that Article 195 of the Constitution is very clear in regards to the powers of the County Assembly in regards to being able to summon for any person to appear for purposes of giving evidence or information, and Part B of that compels for the production of documents. On Volume 2, page 31 and page 32, we have letters that the CEC had been requested to be able to issue audited reports for financial year 22-23. Knowing very well we are currently in financial year 23-24. And apparently, the response to the letter indicated that still the Auditor General was in the process of auditing the financial statements, which forms part of the response that they had requested. And yet we have already closed financial year 22 and 23. So I would like a clarification as to why the CEC Finance was not in a position to be able to submit the audited reports as required as per the PFM Act. And on the same, PFM Act Article 91 states very clearly that the County Assembly should be able to set the capping for the interest amount. Did the Assembly have the opportunity to be able to cap the amount of interest that is supposed to be used as required? Because we've seen 78 million interest, but what we have in the records as per what has been tabled is amounting to a lesser amount. So we'd want to know the levels of the amounts of the interest. And finally, because I don't think I'll get maybe another opportunity, I would be very curious to know, Mr. Speaker, finally, if today, which is a very key day for this decision for the Meru County, knowing that this is the second impeachment process, Madam Governor. Being the second one, you realize that all the MCAs in the first round agreed to your impeachment. The second round, the same MCAs agreed to your impeachment. Madam Governor, knowing very well that the county assembly are responsible for passing your budgets, how do you then plan, if you go back to the same county, how will you ensure that these same MCAs who still impeached you for the second time are still going to ensure that they pass your budget so that you can continue with the developments required in Meru, and you're going to offer the Meru people the services, quality services that they deserve? Those are my simple questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Council.
I didn't get that question, but there are some questions to the witness. Perhaps he can start with those.
Okay, thank you. Probably the question that was posed to me is on why the CC Finance, what response the CC Finance gave to the County Assembly when requested to submit the IFMIS, an extract of the IFMIS as per the data dated 9th October 2023. And the response that the CCM Finance gave, that these are statements, the Public Finance Management Act under Section 164 makes provisions for the county treasury of the county government to prepare and submit the audit to the Auditor General the annual financial statements in respect of county governments. And the CCM further saying that it is upon the completion of the audit that a report is submitted to the county assembly, where within 3 months after receiving the audit report, the county assembly can take appropriate action. So the audit process is ongoing. When this process finalizes, the audit report will be tabled to the assembly, and the assembly can take appropriate action on the same.
Talking of financial year
Senator Tabitha, you certainly cannot do that. Proceed, Council.
Just answer.
Okay. I'll let the witness also answer the second question, which was on why we accounted for less than what was set out there.
Thank you. And why we accounted for only 2 million as opposed to the 78 million that has been alleged here is that the manner in which that count was framed, it was, the allegation was that the governor has misappropriated funds through specific named persons who are indicated and collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. It is on this breadth that we endeavored to account for payment that has been made to these particular specific persons amounting to 2 million.
Okay, and then the last question that you asked, or first, which was overlapping, we have said that there are consequences for disobeying a summon by the county assembly. That is set out in statute, so that if somebody is summoned and that person does not appear, the county assembly, just like this house, has something it can do to command the enforcement of the orders. So that I think that that is there. It doesn't mean that somebody has to be impeached. There are cases where we have seen, for example, this house summoning someone who doesn't appear. Doesn't mean those people then become a subject of an impeachment. That's what we are responding to in the context of this discussion.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is some clarification from Mr. Mnene. We have some invoices that are not signed by the authorizing officers. You have indicated that they have not been signed because the original documents which have all the signatures are with the external auditors. But Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of accounting has it that the documents that are taken to the auditors are actually original copies and you are left with the photocopies. So I don't know how you're able to get these documents that you've put in the annexures. Where did you fish them from? I want that clarity, because then the ones with all the signatures were with the external auditors. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I indicated that these documents, we got them from the file of the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff, ordinarily what he does is that before he forwards the document, the original document to the Department of Finance, he makes a copy. And when we were given these directives that we need to respond within 3 days, I requested the Chief of Staff to give me a copy of the file that he owns, where these documents are.
Senator Miraj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My questions goes to the County Assembly. Are the IFMIS transactions that form the basis of the impeachment of the governor the same ones that are the same ones under investigations at the EACC? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Respond.
Mr. Speaker, we do not know. All we know is that this complaint was also sent to the EACC and to many other agencies. Whether EACC is actually investigating it, we do not know, and there is no evidence, either from the governor or from anyone, that the EACC is investigating these complaints.
Senator Lekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got two clarifications that I need to get clarified. One is from the lawyer. I was listening to, and the question.
Which lawyer? There are so many lawyers here.
The lawyer for the Assembly. Theon Kolu. It's a very good name. Volume 3. We are looking at section 45, protection of public property and revenue, etc. So you referred to 45, 2A, Roman numeral number 2 and 3. And specifically, you said goods not supplied or not supplied in full, number 2, services not rendered or not adequately rendered. So the question that I wanted to get clarity from you is whether you are relying 100% on the IFMIS extracts or you've received audited financial statements as per section 31 of the Public Audit Act. And I want to remind you, section 31(5) stipulates that after the audit process, they shall be tabled in Parliament and also at the Assembly. So if you can clarify that, I'd really appreciate it. Number 2, I asked this question yesterday. I didn't get a proper clarification. It has come back again today on the issue of the accounting officer. Section 103 of the PFM Act establishes the county treasury, and it puts the CEC in charge of finance as the head of the county treasury. Section 199 of the PFM Act, which is a penalty clause, stipulates penalties which are going to befall any public officer who is in charge of the resources and does not account for them. Could you kindly clarify whether the documents that you've supplied in the case have been audited by the Auditor General and an opinion rendered by the Auditor General on the actual position of those funds? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Council, proceed to respond.
Mr. Speaker, we answered yesterday that the oversight function of the County Assembly and indeed of the Senate is not conditioned upon or dependent on whether there is a report by the Auditor General. So it is no requirement that we have a report from the Auditor General as a precondition for raising the issues and picking up the problems that the Assembly has picked in this matter. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that under the PFM Act, the accounting officer would be either the CEC Finance or any other person designated. However, what we have equally found strange, and I think one honorable senator pointed it, the CEC Finance refused, and it's on the record, to submit the documents to the Assembly in our submission on completely outrageous and frivolous grounds. The second matter we found strange is that the documents presented by the governor in answer to the charges are not authenticated by that CEC Finance. They are not authenticated by the chief officer in that department, among other people. We also found it strange, Mr. Speaker, that when this matter arose, the governor chose to call our head of legal as the witness to explain, as opposed to the CEC Finance. There is a question of goods supplied and services not rendered. We cited Section 45 of the Anti-Corruption Act because it is one of the many sections that address this question of prepayments. And the specific reason we cited it, Mr. Speaker, is in our very humble submission, impressed cannot explain the prepayment of 78 million shillings. And even if it were to be accepted for argument's sake, just for argument's sake, that impressed would be an answer, that would be an admission to abuse of interest by the very definition of the same, because the law specifies what type of expenses can be defrayed by way of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. I just have two questions directed to either the witness or the counsel to the governor. The response that you filed before us, Governor, page 105 to page 112, on the if missed payments relates to just 3 individuals, yet what have been given by the County Assembly has many other recipients. Perhaps you can clarify on that. The other question I have is on the if missed payments. There are payments made to one Jane Karimi Kaitha, and on a particular date, I think the 20th of September 2022, she received payments totaling to about 3.9 million in one single day. Are these payments also if missed payments, or they are payments related to other services perhaps? If they are not if missed interest payments rather, how come the county government was paying this particular individual if missed payments as interest and not in other form, maybe RTGS or another form of payment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for Governor.
Thank you. The question, I think, Mr. Speaker, has been directed to either the council or the witness.
I proceed to respond.
Thank you. And the reason why we have given documents in relation to 3 people or 3 persons mentioned, the answer is in the motion itself and the manner in which it was framed, where it was indicated, the allegation was that the governors grossly violated the law in the following: through embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters and the nephew to the governor's husband, all of whom are collectively referred to as the governor's relatives. That was the A. B says is withdrawal of county funds under the guise of payment for various supplies by the governor's relatives. So the manner in which this particular count was framed, we were required to respond to the issues of the persons referred and collectively referred in the motion as governor's relatives, and they were listed, they were enumerated there. So if the motion indicated that the governor, or the allegation or the claim was that the governor has embezzled funds through Jane Karemi or any other person that appears in the IFMIS, then we would have substantively responded to that.
Thank you. Lastly, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To counsel for the Assembly, there have been repeated references to alleged forgeries. This is specifically with regards to a work ticket whose serial number has appeared severally. I want the Assembly to clarify whether those documents have been subjected to any verification process, which Council is aware, whether there is a document examiner's report to back the allegation or assertion by the Assembly that in fact those documents are forgeries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the County Assembly.
Mr. Speaker, we only received those documents, I believe, on Saturday evening. So we've not had the opportunity to subject them to a forensic examination. However, you don't need to be an expert in forensics to point out that the dates in that work ticket don't follow natural chronology of events. You don't have to be an expert in document analysis if you're familiar with the frequency of the use of motor vehicles to know that the same work ticket cannot apply to different motor vehicles or even the same motor vehicle for a period of 4 months. And it is on those prima facie, on the face of it, discrepancies and irregularities that we concluded they were forgeries. The next reason why we concluded they were forgeries, these are documents that should be easily available in the governor's office. They were not availed to the Assembly when they were requested, and they were not availed to the Assembly in the impeachment motion. We are being slapped with them at the tail end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, counsel for the governor. You indicated you had 4 witnesses. You may now proceed to call your 4th witness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Our next and last witness is Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County.
By way of time indication, Council, how much time do you think you will need with this witness?
I think that with 1.5 hours, I will be through with the witness.
Swearing the witness.
I, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matter before the Senate shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly introduce yourself, your full names and the capacity you hold for record purposes.
Thank you, Speaker and Honorable Senators. I'm Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor, Meru County.
Thank you. You have received the notice of impeachment and subsequently the County Assembly of Meru resolved to remove you from office through impeachment. Is that the reason why you're before the Senate today?
Yes.
You have had an occasion to look at all the materials presented by the County Assembly in support of the impeachment. You've also had an opportunity to file a response to that motion.
Yes.
That is the response before the Senate, the one dated 3rd of November 2023,
Yes.
together with your affidavit in support of your response.
Yes.
Would you wish, first of all, to affirm that the contents therein form part of your response?
Yes.
Thank you. You were also present at the Senate yesterday when counsel for the County Assembly described you in a certain manner through comparison with a certain criminal in
Yes.
Europe.
Yes, I was.
Is that a true description of your personality?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Specifically, the counsel for the County Assembly accused you of demeaning this house by making a mockery of the impeachment process that found you not guilty in December last year. Did you at any time make a mockery of the
Council
proceedings?
for Governor.
No.
Yes.
The Council for the County Assembly did apologize and indeed sought to have that record expunged. So as
Most-
far as we are concerned, that particular record does not form part of the record.
Most obliged. Then I withdraw that line of examination in chief and proceed. Madam Governor, you have been accused of not being capable of working with leaders in Meru, particularly members of County Assembly. And this particular allegation was that you were only able to work for a few weeks after you reconciled with the MCS. Is that true?
That is not true.
That is not true.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for how long have you been having an harmonious working relationship with members of County Assembly?
We've been working together with the members of County Assembly until the last almost 2 months only.
The last 2 months?
Yes.
Are you talking about the month of August and September?
August and September.
Yes. So it is your evidence that throughout the year, save for the 2 months, you have been in a perfect working relationship with members of County Assembly.
Extra perfect relationship working with members of County Assembly.
What made it possible for you to have this harmonious working relationship with the members of County Assembly? Did you have any intentional efforts to mend the fallout that you had with MCS? Did you make any efforts after the impeachment?
The first solution was made by this Senate the last time we were here, and I followed the advice of senators. we want to start down with the MCAs. We again sat and had a lengthy discussion with some other leaders. And from there, we've been working together.
Particularly, there was the issue of, for lack of better word, ward development fund. Were you able to facilitate development projects in all the wards of Meru County?
Immediately after we left here, I facilitated ward development fund to every MCA to the tune of 10 million, and this year 15 million for every ward.
Thank you. You have produced a video, KMV1, which I now ask the technical team to play so that we see the kind of efforts and the fruits that were borne by those efforts. KMV1.
Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua ya kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa wanaimpishana, yote tumeweka nyuma. Tunasema ni kaenda ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are having the same challenges.
Tunaomba walio hii wana celebrate.
Just stop the video. The technical team, please go work on it. We will get back to it once the technical team has worked on the system. Council, you may proceed. Once we are ready with the video, we can as well come back. We'll always come back to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So then, Honorable Governor, we have just started watching a video that is not very clear, but can you try and explain to the Senate where you were in that meeting that has been recorded, who were the members present, and what was the purpose?
We were in the premises of County Assembly of Meru with all the members, the 69 of them, and also the county woman representative was present, and we agreed that the past is over. We start working together for the sake of Meru.
Thank you. And that, can you remember the date of?
Council, I'm informed the video is now ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Play it.
Tumeona ni vyema kuwa tuna embrace one another. Mambo yaliyopita tunasema si ndwele ama tunasema ni yaliyopita si ndwele tugange yajayo. Sisi yaliyopita ni past. Kwa hivyo tumeamua ya kwamba hakuna mtu atakumbuka yaliyopita. Yule alikuwa impeached, wale walikuwa wanaimpishana, yote tumeweka nyuma. Tunasema ni kaende ya maendeleo na kabati ya maendeleo. Kwa hivyo tunafurahi siku ya leo kuleta ujumbe kwa Wameru ya kwamba we are one. Na tunaomba walio hii ambao walikuwa na celebrate maybe disunity wakae kando kidogo, maana tunasonga tukiwa pamoja. Hatutakubali kuweka tena nafasi ya watu kuingilia katikati yetu. We've kept our personal interest kando for the people of Meru.
Mimi naitwa Ayubu Fundi, nikiwa spika wa bunge ya Meru, na siku ya leo ni furaha kubwa kwa sababu ile shinda kidogo tulikuwa naye kati ya ofisi ya Governor Excellency Bishop Kawira Mwangaza na bunge ile naongoza hapa, tumefika, hiyo maneno imefika mwisho. Sema kulingana na uongozi wa His Excellency William Ruto na Deputy Gachagua, tulianza kuongea wiki moja imepita, na siku ya leo Mama Safi awimelepa akatumwa na His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua akaambiwa akuje tumalize ile maneno ilikuwa imebaki na kila kitu umemaliza.
Amen.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunataka kuambia Meru na Kenya mzima ya kwamba sisi tuko kitu moja na tumekubaliana kwa miaka 4.5 ile imebaki tutafanyia watu kazi na tutakuwa timu moja.
Amen.
Na tunasema asante kwa President Rigathi Gachagua kwa kuona ni vizuri Meru iongee kwa sauti moja. Na gavana nimalizie nikisema wewe Kwa siasa, wewe ndio kiongozi na ndiye mkubwa yetu sisi zote, na sisi tutakuwa nyuma yako, tutakusupport wewe, ukuwa mama yetu na ukuwa baba yetu, ndio Meru ikae vizuri kana kama Meru akarebweka. Thank you and God bless you.
Jina langu ni Evans Mawira Karia, MCA wa Mitunguo na kiongozi wa walio wengi katika bunge letu la Meru. Familia Meru. Na nataka kusema leo ni siku kubwa sana kwa Wameru, sababu tangu tufanye uchaguzi hapa Meru, tukachagua governor, tukachagua MCAs, hakujakuwa na amani na hakujakuwa na kuelewana katika upande wa bunge letu la Meru na upande wa governor Excellency Kawira Mwangaza. Lakini siku ya leo sisi tumekubaliana ya kwamba for the interest of Meru tuweke hayo maneno yote ambayo yalikuwa yanasumbua, tuwachane nayo kutoka leo, na tukamua kushikana na kuelewana kabisa, ndio tuweze kufanyia wa Meru kazi. Na sisi kama bunge letu la Meru tumeambia gavana wetu kwamba sisi tuko tayari, yale ambayo yote yanahitajika kufanywa na bunge, wale mawaziri ambao hatukupitisha, wale chief officers ambao hawakuweza kupita kuletwa katika bunge letu, supplementary budget na mambo yote ambayo yanahitajika sisi kufanya kama bunge, tuko tayari. Hata kama ni kuanzia kesho ndio tuweze kufanya to make sure that Marians do receive their services that they do need so much.
We can stop there. We can stop there. Thank you. Are you able to identify the people in that clip? Are they members of the County Assembly of Meru?
They are all members of County Assembly of Meru, read by the Speaker, Ayubu Bondi.
We have also seen the move of this motion in that clip.
The majority.
The majority.
Yes.
Thank you. In that clip, is there any indication that you bragged about the fact that you went scot-free?
No.
You have also used a certain slogan that you are now being accused of using, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende. Did you actually use those two slogans in your speech with members of County Assembly present?
I used it because it is a slogan for development, the speed of development in Meru.
The speed of development in Meru.
That is Kaende, Kaende, Kabati, Kabati.
Just for us to be able to understand, what does this slogan actually mean? What is Kabati? What is Kaende?
Kabati means like accelerating to the fullness of everything, that is highest speed possible. And then Kaende, Kaende is non-stop. That means that the development will be non-stop and at a very high speed.
Thank you. So when then the move of the motion comes here and tells the Senate that Kaende, Kaende, Kabati, Kabati is a don't care slogan that says you don't care about anything, is that a misinformation and distortion of facts?
It is.
Thank you. Let us proceed. So then you are seen in many instances using that slogan, Kabati, Kabati, Kaende, Kaende.
Even the MCAs have embraced the same slogan and they also use it.
Thank you. Let us proceed and watch the next video. And you have alluded to the fact that you agreed to give at least 15 million for everyone for development projects. Was that done?
It was done.
Can we watch video KMV2?
Antoja gwetwa ja oversight najo ndenda kuburio njugwi muntu uria ukuthithiria oversight na ara Nairobi obicine no oversight yeje tureaja tukinyete ndagaceji ni oversight ire kwingi tukwenda ne TV ne Nairobi kana ne kweja gukinya murandi jona tukuona burenda oversight ya groundine kana burenda era obicine na ara Nairobi imenya mantu jajo tinda gwetwa ja oversight kairi turogire batu turi mbunge ya Meru no tubatwe itwe tunengeri mandate MCA no nengeri mandate ya kuthithia oversight ya mirandi yonde ya county government ikatiba ya Kenya no boba nengeri isheria kinya report ire rathoma kwa ya control of budget etibati kwamba gwita ara senate ikamba kwenja county assembly ya Meru report ire rithagia oversight ya senate ni report yake ya auditor general netira uma Kwa mantu jajange baturugira oversight ikaniritwe na siasa atufanyi nini? Atutaki itwakiri gintu gitagwa DTF na aria mitungu mantu ja utheru bwa bioro na kinya babu na ibonete mantu bioro bira biaki na ndi twakire plant na aria bioro bira biojura bikeja bikadrinwa igaikwara mitungu project ya million 17 ingaringe nipe bwaja iri ruji rwa mitungu rwa rwitagwa rwa water supply rwa runywa wa mitungu yonde iruthithirwa rehabilitation na project yo nienderete governor 15% done project ya milioni 18 o mitungu yetu bwa ithatu bugeta kuma karingene ibuje karingene te karingene kara kanyagene kara kamuguru kuma ara karingene ugeta muguru ugeta muchagara barabara yo nethithirwe na yathithirwe na mbeca cia ngavana tugwita cia flagship na nethithitwe na 95% na aru antu oinya gukaura kana gukarotero batita na ndi na yetumirite shilingi milioni 5 ringaringira ngavana mbe aibo gutara cia kinyinga na mwanga thai 17 plus 18 plus 5 umwenda yage gutara ndagaceje yanu tukinyete aja na aru eji ire gwitwo kwa matumo Kirimba bridge na yo bote kuona nirikitie ibora unairo
We can stop there. The video is quite long. Thank you. Madam Governor, who is the person making that speech in that video?
The majority leader and the person who was the mover of the impeachment motion.
That is Honorable Evans Mawira.
Yes.
You are also seen in that video.
Yes.
Kindly, are you able to recall the date and where that event took place?
I can't recall the date, but the event took place in his own ward.
Which month was that?
I don't remember the month.
You don't remember.
Yes.
Is it recent or?
It is very recent.
Very recent.
Yes.
Thank you. Mawira seems to be making certain remarks about your performance. What is he saying?
He's very right because he's trying to praise the work that we do in Meru County. One, for the 10 million that we usually give forward development and the flagship projects. What I do as a governor is I go around all the ones and then give the list of all the development projects to the area MCA to read to the people to understand and to also for us to be accountable for the funds. Every ward we do a visit with the area MCA, and I usually carry a booklet of the projects, that is ward project and flagship project for the area MCA to read to the people to understand what they are doing. And that is what exactly the majority leader is doing in his own ward.
Can you recall the number of projects that he is mentioning by name that have been done in his particular ward?
In that particular day, we were opening a bridge, just talking about the roads done, and also the bows, and so many other things that we did with more than 50 million.
Thank you. I've actually retrieved the date of that event. It was the 2nd of August, 2023, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. So then, when you are accused of not being able to work with leaders by the same mover of the motion, do you find some form of hypocrisy?
Yes, and also maybe is being misled.
Is being misled. Thank you. So as of 2nd of August 2023, the mover of the motion thought that you're perfect and you're in good working relationship with at least all the MCAs.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move to KM3.
Na nethiri isipokuwa tuchenje tu kidogo na tumonia na kwale na engineer ikabuirwa inya andro adare ndiri ombira arwe rukamomora rwete andiraira okwirwa ara kukaikirwa karabati isa sawa ena rwe ruru to boya gorwo twina obichi wa murire public works.
Thank you. Again, you're seen launching a project,
yes.
A dam specifically. Which ward is that?
That is Mudhara ward, and the one with the document is the area MCA, Aurelio Mrangivi, reading the developments, including the dam that costed us 39 million in his own word.
Are you able to recall the date when you launched this particular dam at Mudara?
I think it's not even 3 months ago.
Less than 3 months ago.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I will move on to the second issue, which still touches on your relationship with members of County Assembly in respect to projects and Okolea. Let us play the video KMV 20.
Ngerie MC wetu Mawira atugure na maromba. Ngerie MC wetu Mawira mbeke bila fundo. Natorombeni. Ewa mwandani mutura moyo, wora wombere ndine eguru, wombera bila biona wana bila biona kwa. Tuaja mudenya mbere ya mezo ya kumudenya Joshua na hapa.
Kuyamwe. Na ndina hapo ndangu na ngeja na njeko. Na kanisa kwa mchokeka. Ndeigwe. Na mbona unaadwa tena kirao nikea. Ndina kirao nikea mami wenu. Ndina kirao nikea kanisa. Bwana sifiwe. Itobiria okuona kieni negeki. Kinyama ikiela kwani nayo. Kinyanjukwele tukinyete. Kinyangalele ya ndega. Kinye itobira byonje tukaeja na buti kingoteleke zikani kirio. Inkwenda kushokeria ashona
Kindly pause the video. You are making certain remarks, and before we go to the remarks, we have also seen the leader of majority again in that video. Where were you with him on that particular day?
That is an Okolea program which is run by my family and my church. We usually go to do the Okolea every Sunday afternoon, and I always invite if they wish to come and join me on Sundays. And with me is the Honorable Mawila, the mover of the motion or the impeachment, who was also involved in that operation of Korea Kanaka Meru.
This was on 13th of August this year, 2023.
13th of August this year.
You are making certain remarks about the capacity in which you are in that event.
Yes, I always tell them that in operational Korea events, they don't see the governor, but they should see their mother and also a bishop who is coming to assist, not in form of a government, but as a church and as their mother.
Did you explain the source of the resources that you were giving, including the microphone you were holding? I heard you talk about that.
I always do that in every meeting, that everything that I use in Okolea, there is nothing that comes from the county government of Meru, because I've been doing that for the last 12 years.
Thank you. May we proceed with that video?
Balabona ange Okolea bambi kyunguge. Naru akarukire mtore ombokiri getandene ni mheshimiwa wa Ntura yeje Evans Mawira. Mheshimiwa Evans Mawira alingalingile mwali kama pema mbelembeta kanisene aleta shilingi mwemwe ngiri eganale mwera. Ambera kinyawaga ongere ekirangalisia kumahuta. Kinyawaga ongere ongera mbelengeti ya bantujo. Nalingalingile kanwe. Kamati. Kaenda. Kwena shimo betu bale aja tuina DMK, tuina Aaron. Beze watu kaidi na ike mwambe nzutile hata uwangi.
Mwambene na tobara bakameme bamurike kwega na ba TV badikiri. Murandi jojo jo Korea.
Matwi to kurukagia budget ira itanguke ndani ya county ya Meru. County Assembly ya Meru na ini mikagia bunge ni majority leader. Na iko enda confirm na gukutira na gwikira kirore gute ciringi kinyemwe twakurukia ya mbeca cia thirikari kenda ya murandi na jokolea waura kuria murandi jokolea kiuria aliuria mantu ja muntu kiumbe murandi jwa gavana Kawira Mwangaza na family yawe na kanisa yawe na hiyo na robo kuba tote kwa ni mando mengi ya thirikari nundu naru murandi jo ringi biangia jo ringi bia muntu jangi no tweri jo ringi bia ndo baba ya mabati totingire tora to amerengeti uroko uma na makopokomo aja uroko uma na mattress na mando ja ujakare sawasa.
Thank you. I think we've had enough of that video. Thank you. Madam Governor, again you are heard and using the same slogan, Kabati Kabati Kaende Kaende.
Yes.
The members of County Assembly were again present.
Yes.
Did they join you in that slogan?
They joined me in that slogan.
Did they understand the meaning of your slogan?
They will understand the meaning of the slogan.
Honorable Mawira is also making certain remarks about the funders of Okolea. What is he saying about who funds the Okolea program?
He says, as the County Assembly of Meru, they are the ones that pass the budget, and they have never passed any coin to be utilized in the Okolea program. It is purely my project to assist the disadvantaged people in our community. And he, as part of the well-wisher, that very early morning, gave me 100,000 shillings to fuel my vehicles.
So he contributed towards your charity project.
Yes.
Let us now move to the next video, 1C, and see another member of County Assembly. I think it's in the same event, you will confirm. 1C.
Gavana wetu na ntubanda bene bone Bwana Yesu asifiwe, nisalimie mwalimu sana. Onbeta wandi MKMC wa Bogeta West na Baruguru. Na nande bara batu dinga tete kandi mai baide to iketi gavana tiru. Lakini nande nindo no kire. Na uma sauro nande beta wa Paulo. Najua sema ni nani? Kumbita MK Paulo. Na nande nindo ngere tiendeshi ya mama.
We can pause there for a moment. Thank you. Who is the person making those remarks?
He is MCA, and he was the mover of the first impeachment.
He was the mover of the previous motion.
Yes.
This again is on 13th of August this year.
Yes.
Do you in any way seem to have any disagreement with the mover of the previous motion?
No, he's even telling the public that he is now a changed man. They used to disturb Mama, but he has changed from Saul to Paul.
That is in difference to the biblical Paul,
Yes.
who was one Saul.
Yeah.
He's also talking about them being forced, if I can hear him correctly, to join the opposition. What was he talking about?
He was talking about the pressure amounted to them by external forces or by external people that do not belong to the county assembly to fight the government, but he has vowed not to repeat again and support the government.
Thank you. Let's proceed watching that video. We can stop there for that video. Thank you. Honorable DMK Kyogora says, mimi sitatishwa, sitawekwa uoga. What was he making reference to?
He was making reference to the leaders, the national leaders, and also the party leaders that were telling them to keep off from supporting the government. And also he's also talking about the Kumi Bila breaks, because the people of Meru have started another slogan again, Kumi Bila breaks, and they were warned as MCAs not to continue saying Kumi Bila breaks. So he's telling the people that come from Nairobi to keep off. They want development.
Thank you. We will be moving on to the source of that pressure, sourcely. But finally, in support of your Okolea program, let us watch video 1E. It's a very short video.
Bwana Murega yigirete ngobia ya MCA wabo guciete gatigati yo mutia ndakari mutia nyamwire bishop untongeretie mbunge dina timu kona twenio batu sawa atubetu support ni kiambi support ni njoke tu support ni gavana wetu ni tema endeleo jejara kwinai binandwa maendeleo jejara kwinai bino kiri au age gavana uwe munene okwa na munene weje na ng'ombe tumba kweja na ng'ombe ende gavana de murevi ndetha ya ng'ombe ndetha ya mburi kuinga yuru na bigine ng'ombe na mburi
We can stop at that. Madam Speaker, who is the person making the remarks in that video?
This is the Speaker of County Assembly of Meru.
And you confirm this was during an Okolea program meeting?
Yes, in Mwangaza ward, Mojo.
Who is the MCA Mwangaza ward?
Is Mr. Njoki.
Mr. Njoki.
He was present.
You also are in the company of other people in that?
Those are all MCAs.
Our MCAs?
Yes.
What has the Speaker just done?
The Speaker has donated a goat, because I usually give the single mothers and widows cows. And he says, because you've given and donated a cow and you are senior than me, let me donate a goat. And he has done it.
Thank you. Again, what date was this?
It is barely around 3 months ago.
3 months ago. Now, we have alluded to some forces that were behind, or rather that were not happy with this unity between you and MCAs. I want you to identify and tell us what is happening in the next video, 1D. Kindly, may we play video 1D?
MCA gukaribisha ntura ya Bogeta East na mbuge wotwe on behalf ya ntuma Bogeta East na Bogeta West na wenzangu bare aja tucokerie nkatho no ntubwe kinya rire okinya woni mbigirwe ntumba kwithira nteja no nturire okinya gatia kana kara kamumero kuringithia gagatia ipati yakwa na intuigwa kweli imbati kweja kuona no ntuni pati ya maendeleo ndene ntura yetu. So ngavana we are so humbled tugwiritwe sana batu tuli MCA tuli MPIDU na ikio tumio kuona na arua tutena mantoa maingi na arua intukwe gukorea kana kamumero na mami umenye batu tuli MPIDU
na ndina ugire ngavana tukamukaria na inya na ora kumbikika kendo mbako buri trangugi no ndo twamwagia thayo tukona inya ya twamwagia thayo ateja guku na nande mbigirwe tuirwe tukaria siasa ne nuje tumboka ne lema muntu andu kuoja maratasi nande kula andu bakamatete ile leta ubirana na ala mawa na ito abatumira Nairobi gutagera ingie tumicukari raitirie batagera ingie tumyogoti bukuongerwa gutugwaririo goti ingabana bakweja ubira mbesa ikwekwa senate counties ciongerwa mbesa ibaregere kuongera ndi baliuga ibejete kwa base ule base mbesa iriku
tutunyina ku Madam Governor na ukageta muntu ututugira turi no ngatu nyongera we ni ntobye Meru ala tumba kogera twabwitira nguge iyo tumba guchinja as long as Kawira Mwangaza we ni ntobye Meru oni ndekire mbuye matu waambirani isasawa na
We can pause there. We have seen the first speaker, no, actually the second, the one in the black jacket. Are you able to identify him?
Is the mover of the first motion of impeachment, DMK Kyogora.
He is heard making certain remarks about Keberi and forces from Nairobi. What is he talking about?
Is referring to the Meru MPs and also the senator that they should keep off Meru because they have their own leader, maybe referring to the end of state, and then the MCs have their own leader. And he says last weekend they were in a certain town named Maua, where they earned the Keberi, the starring stake or spoon, meaning the governor, and they are saying that they will not be part and a parcel of what the members of parliament are doing.
Thank you. So the honorable member for County Assembly, Abogeta West, talks about a force that is being advanced using the Keberi tool. That is what he's saying.
Yes.
And he's telling them to keep off.
Yes.
Thank you. Let us move to video KMV 14. KMV 14, kindly.
Na bakaya batuana na badiri manto yo differences sisi omba kwethirio bature MCA bembe tute tayari utonyera cio so ende atukuromba tu burungu ari mbere gavana na deputy governor bomba kwetwa bajo wata naira nikenda tukomba kutinda weta turi antu amwe turi antu bembe na turi MCA na tongeri bonde brantu badurite ende ne imani manto yo onde akombikana lakini tute kwenda thai twagulukia budget siasa ikanjiria nikenda mwembe akomba kwetwa ita ya maendeleo so baba goya na manto akeberi Keberi mwana Keberi na soga agreement mwana Keberi na soga tiania manto yembe na dekana yaro e ambe tukongangari kokaria mama non to MPs beto odongu wayo ke gongwa ko mama ende muntu arumogeni agoto janganya gili otogo gyagiri ato ore mama we are not ready ende ro ko lo gubutu bwena Keberi keu aya tigati ana Keberi nyege ato ate anajo okiran koramba neo iba menyere lakini ukia kweli maendeleo wale tati wale maendeleo ende manto Keberi na ina Keberi toto ukienda tena ende yetu ende tu atandete ende ronde kumantonyere mwankados to egento kemwe noro kaingilia atasiarwa
antu bonde baraba kwenda kurwa wale jegende baberanga mwegembe akugitwa mwegembe akudizwa lakini utinya mwegembe umwo kumara tata nontore mwegembe wangu none tote makota Kawira Mwangaza nayo antu baraba kuja gutata bakira igembe re kuinyirwa ibakuma imenti bange bakumatigania baba diorokete sese Keberi badioroka sese Kegeri badioroka sese oversight you chonde nunto egembe wena regete nunto naije.
Thank you. We can post that video there. Governor confirmed that was on 27th of August this year.
Yes, 27th of August.
This year.
Yes.
Are you able to tell who the people speaking in that video are?
Those are all MCs from Igembe, apart from one who comes from Central Imenti. The rest are Igembe MCs.
They are making a specific grievance about siasa za Keberi. What are they talking about?
They are talking about the members of parliament who had just begun a movement by the name Keberi, coming all the way from Nairobi to Meru, and they are warning them that they have been given work to do in Nairobi, they should continue with their work there and leave them alone because they have only one mama who can assist them to do development.
Thank you. So this was 27th of August, 2023. Honorable Governor, if then someone comes here and says that you only were able to work with MCAs for few weeks, are they lying or they're telling the truth?
That is pure lie.
Thank you. We want to understand this Kiberi movement, siasa za Kiberi movement. And I want you to listen carefully to video 3A and see where or the source, the genesis of the Kiberi movement. 3A.
Kawira Mwangaza aambiwa aheshimu wanaume. Aheshimu nini? Aheshimu wanaume, sisi wanaume. Keberi keu. Ile ya keberi. Keberi ke. Keberi ya Kawira. Keberi ya Kawira.
He's talking about that. They will use that thing too. I'm not able to explain. Because it has been done by so many men, and now they are ready as members of parliament, him being the leader, to do that to me. And he has recruited so many young men for the purpose of that Kiberi movement, together with the deputy speaker of this house.
Can we watch KMV 12?
Tumetoseka kutawaliwa vibaya na mkora asiosiwa anafaa kuongezwa akafuata kwa tumbo na simiti na mawe ndio asisikie njaa tena. Wangapi wanasema Kawira aende? Kawira Baemba. Lakini tunataka kiti ya Mutuma apewe. Kiti yake, andikuti yake, magari rudishwe, security apewe, kila kitu apewe, na kiti ya finance, kiti ya pesa apewe. Kwa ndani ya Kiberi. Ndio kwa mkomeno wa Arome ando Kawira.
Kwa hivyo sisi tunaunga mkono hilo mjadala umeletwa na Mheshimiwa Mporo, na asante kwa kunialika. Tuendelee namna hiyo, kazi yetu ni kushikanisha kila mtu. Asanteni sana ndugu zangu. Thank you very much.
Madam Governor, I hope you are able to explain again, or perhaps the message has sunk, what these honorable members are telling members of the public?
The honorable members of parliament and the deputy speaker of this honorable house, I defeated men, and in this case, they are going to use that steering stake and they recruited so many young men for that purpose. And they have been holding rallies almost in all towns in Meru, doing the same over the weekends. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this is purely politics. Purely politics.
Thank you. There is another video, I think that will be my last, 3C on the gender profiling and harassment. 3C. 3C.
Mukuru ku ingwendo kuona oliki na tuthi America enda uge kana kamurega lakini tuwe kamurega tena kana Tumekwana boloi angwendo moya Kawira Mwangaza utendwa leo ukavatia mwana mwene ukidhata tumekwana boloi tuenda kuwa kenda tutike murea baitu imukuru ku ya mwana nwe ya pronto abori agera mwana mbele na kayuyu agwa baile agwa bata tenjamba loi kante njamba kana ko mtodala obora masiara ndi kuereka na nchoke mbele na keberio wewe keda kala ekeda Kawira udire ekeda Kawira kukwekeda no alemera alume Kawira hankwa ndio yekeda hankwa ndenda kenda menya wewe mwekuru wale mwekuru muchoro kwa etawa mwenda na mulingeteke urenga wayo kiandaka endukisha ndaka siakwa no mwekuru mukuru.
Thank you. The honorable member is making certain remarks about your husband. What is he saying?
He's saying that he has given me 9 months to be pregnant. And if that is not done, you'll do it via what is holding.
Eventually, Honorable Governor, your deputy joined the movement and made similar attacks on you and on your Korea program. Can we watch KMV4?
Kweta Tharaka County tubatethie kweta Embu County tubatethie kweta Isiolo County tubatethie Korea kirundu kia thina kia kuwate kia kuewa itobanda kia tukweya na hapo sana jiji
Ndio governor
na program kirundu keke pubate program wewe tuokolea matwe murungu wake tuetera tutetera muntu no tukirundu ke antobe mbebe kwa tutokenda bekwerwa kirundu ke wikire ti makire bagwa tokorea kabisa mathina yaba ya
We can stop there. Thank you. Honorable Governor, that is your deputy governor.
Yes.
He's making certain remarks about the Okolea program.
Yes.
What is he saying?
He's saying that the Okolea program is a poverty program. They have refused it in their area, the area that.
Which area is that?
That is Igembe South, where he comes from.
So he's telling members of his ward to reject the
poverty program, that is Okolea, and they should not be ready to receive anything in terms of Okolea. Honorable Speaker, to add to this, for the last 12 years, I've been doing the Okolea, and this gave me favor before God. And my deputy governor, who was just a prison askari, God gave us favor because of this program. And out of the program that raised him from being askari to His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Meru, is the same person that is seen on video, the campaigning or demeaning the same program that God used to give us favor before men and women.
And he continued, and we watch KMV 15. 15. That video was played yesterday, but for your sake, can you explain what the youths are chanting, led by your deputy governor?
That is my deputy governor with some youths from his area saying that Kawira doesn't have a home. She only does prostitution in the county, and they are praising him and warming him up to be the governor or take over the position of the governor of Meru. And that is exactly what has been happening to our members of parliament, including the senator or deputy senator of this house. They have started warming him up to be the governor and take charge because I'm just a woman before them.
Thank you. It got worse by slaughtering of a cow that you had donated. Can we watch KMV 16? Confirm whether that's the same cow you had donated and to whom had you donated the cow.
kuja namia.
Oina no gaya, rapia ina.
Kawira temosie oe. Kawira temosie oe. Maraya ringa kwa kaunti. Maraya ringa kwa kaunti. Kawira temosie
You
oe.
can stop there. Thank you. Thank you. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I see like the cow is still alive as it's being slaughtered.
Yes.
Was that the cow you had donated?
Yeah, we were in the area of the Igembe South, and then we identified the old woman who was to be given the cow as it was entering into the field. Then they took the cow, slaughtered it just before us.
And they are singing the same song, but they're also making other remarks. What are the other remarks?
Before I say about the other remarks, is that hiyo ng'ombe ilikuwa imebeba ndama ya miezi 6. And then they are saying that the same way they have slaughtered or killed the cow is the same way they will do to Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you. We can have the video removed from the screen. That has not also been the only thing. You have also been accused of not being a proper Meru. Are you aware of that fact? That you have been accused of not being a proper original Meru, therefore unfit to lead?
Yes, they have been accusing me of not being a Merian, but a Kikuyu.
Thank you. Let's first watch KMV 5. You will make those explanations.
Mutoro utwatha na kama wale ndio umeelewa mutoro utwatha soma kumbe ina ideka wewe Mwangaza aita watuona kuna gari zaidi ina aita mhore hello kama ndio Kawira umbe wa mweko bato twama mweko twama ibwa twama ko miete ebo twama Meru ni tokere ya umbe mwana wao au topita kabilao.
What is the honorable member of parliament saying in respect to your ethnicity?
He says that the father of Kawira Mwangaza is a Kikuyu from Kidithaine by the name Jogona, and the mother is Mogore from Kikuyu, and they don't want to be ruled by a Kikuyu in Meru. That's why they want to change to get a real Merian, who is Peter Katirau Munya, the first governor.
Thank you, Madam Kawira. Is it then your evidence before this Senate that pressure has been asserted on members of County Assembly to ensure your removal from office on charges that do not hold any water?
Pressure has been mounted to members of County Assembly of Meru by the same leaders, as we have seen, and they had no option apart from adopting an impeachment motion where they were forced to sign and impeach.
Can we watch KMV 11 on the nature of that threat and whether the MCAs indeed succumbed to the pressure?
Na bundukira wina cyo cyando icyo kuromba bate menya to ibya mene ora ugatwira mbazi ni kiraitu na ndiro ruri ndo akiraitu na bunduki cyaba ko rombe teri
ukarwa na ukarwa soka bunduki ndo ya bunduki dole ntore ka umogira bunduki cia UDA bange baibia mene no menya atadhuri yake ama ukiro ujando no menya bunduki lawe na sisi ya korombo bati kwa very careful wakara.
Is that the same Saul turned Paul, going back to being Saul?
What DMK Kawira is telling the public is that because I was elected as an independent governor, I've been operating with hired guns. And now Mithika Rintori has taken his own, Kiraito has taken his own, so I'm left without any weapon to fight, and I should be very careful because they have withdrawn their support as the leaders of political parties or as the senior most people in their parties.
That is barely 3 weeks after DMK Kawira had been seen dancing, praising you, and saying that he will defend you and will reject any influence from above.
It was like 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Let us watch then 3E.
Ilo tokuwa batu ilo tutwe kiama kia UDA no tudugani. Withdraw support utukwete mwagata kwa majore terinda to withdraw. As nini mando jondo tukudidire kire ku support kira asembure twe kiama. No to withdraw membership betu na bati ku support kaire.
Thank you. Who is the person speaking in that video and what is he saying?
Is the Honorable Senator, Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, and he's saying that he might withdraw or is ending to withdrawing support of UDA members from being part and parcel of my agenda of development in Meru County.
Was that withdrawal, threat to withdraw, made a reality?
Indeed, after I spoke that, after 3-4 days, it was made a reality.
Let us watch KMV9 on whether that support was actually withdrawn. KMV9.
Must prevail. Number 9, we officially withdraw our support from the governor due to recent events and our proven inability to link effectively. Our deaf honorable members are instructed not to in any way associate with the governor in person, Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza. Number 10, we express support for the impeachment of Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the best interest of the people of Meru County and commit ourselves without reservation to this cause, which we commence forthwith. Number 11, we support CS Honorable Medical and Tourist political leadership and endorse the proposal to make him the county's spokesperson for a unified voice of Meru County. Number 12, we applaud the newfound unity among political leaders except Governor Kawira Mwangaza for the sake of peace and development.
Thank you. KMV8, I think that is self-explanatory. KMV8. KMV8.
I've been given instruction by our SG, who is Honorable Kanini Kega, that as Jubilee, forthwith, I'm going forward with Jubilee withdraws its support to one Honorable Kawira Mwangaza.
Kabla December tutakuwa na gavana mwingine mpya, kwa sababu hii ni kitu kilianza kitambo na tulianzia hapa. Kwa hivyo tuna vita na wewe gavana, kwa heri ya kuonana. Tulikuwa
Those are members of County Assembly, and with them is one member of National Assembly. I think he has spoken in Swahili and English. There is no need to emphasize. Was there a press conference formally by other parties to withdraw their support? And I'm looking at KMV10, and I think that is my last video on this issue of withdrawal. KMV10.
In this county, we have decided forthwith to withdraw the support within and outside the assembly that we have given our government. Number 3, we have resolved to start a fresh impeachment motion to the governor of Meru, one Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, and we have already signed, appended our signatures, the 27 of us who form or comprise the Kenya Kwanza caucus in the county assembly in preparation for a fresh impeachment motion.
Thank you.
The one that came last year.
We can stop there. Thank you. Madam Governor, you have seen series of press conferences by various leaders of county assembly, all seeking to withdraw their support. Were the timings of these press conferences within the same period of time?
It was within the same period of time.
Can you remember the month?
I think it's not more than 2 months ago.
That is the month of September?
Yes.
What do you attribute towards the sudden change of heart from you being their darling, being a performer, being their mother, to now castigating you in the manner they are doing, to the extent of them withdrawing support? Is there anything gross you did to provoke them, to the best of your knowledge?
I did totally nothing. And from the last clip, can hear the mover of the motion saying that around 27 of them have already signed an impeachment that they are proposing to have. So they signed way back even before. That is what he has said. Number 2, the pressure from members of national government, some few elites, some few leaders of political parties, the Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House, before God, I want to say they are misleading our MCS.
Thank you. Governor, it got to the extent that even in the performance of your official duties, you are threatened and barred from performing that which you are allowed to do under the Constitution. Is that true?
Yes.
Can we watch KMV6 and tell us where you are, what you're doing, and what happened? KMV6. You can pause there for a minute. We see you clearly there, Honorable Governor, and there is a young gentleman speaking. Tell us what he's saying and what you are doing in that event and exactly where you are.
That is an event done by the county government of Meru. The county assembly passed a budget for us to take care of the disadvantaged mamas in our community. And that program is dubbed as 1 cow per 1 poor family. We go around the villages. We have a committee to vet and see the most vulnerable person in that certain area. We take a cow to the area and give or donate as government to that particular person that has been vetted by a committee. That includes the area chief.
Thank you. So this is not part of your Korea program for clarity purposes.
This is not part of my Korea program. My Korea program we usually do on Sunday afternoon, and this is an official duty, a program that has county government employees and done purely by the county government of Meru. 1 cow per 1 poor family.
Was there any commotion or violence in that event?
There was no commotions. We started with the prayers, as you can see, and we went silently, we did not even advertise. Those are just the neighbors that saw what is happening and came just to see.
You confirm this was in the homestead of one of the poor Meru women?
It is in the homestead of the beneficiary.
Thank you. Can we watch that clip again from the beginning all through to the end?
Gavana, serikali, nazaka nawe kuja tuongee. Ngoja tu tuongee.
Kiangalia hapa hizi.
Tuende pole pole. Wewe wacha. Unapata mzee kumi tu peke yake hapa. Watu wapaka waende. Ngoja muende. Ngoja muende.
Huyu ananibebea nini?
So, madam, what there is?
Amenibebea nini?
That is the question. Nimeongea na yeye.
So, Madam Governor, this is an official function of the head of the county. Why are the police disrupting your function?
The same leaders. Doesn't specifically mention the leader that understands him, but now the influence from the national leaders led to this.
So were you able to complete your donation on that day?
I was not able to complete because it was stopped. And then when they said that we leave, we tried to explain. After 3 good hours in that vehicle, when people came, surrounded the vehicles, that is the time the officer said that it was a mistaken identity.
Mistaken identity. But isn't the officer calling you by your title when he comes?
Yes, he's calling me Governor Kuja. Governor Kuja.
You actually pleaded with him to allow you to finish.
Kamwambia ngoja nimalize, akasema hapana, we have 10 minutes here, Kuja.
And everyone was dispersed.
Everyone was dispersed.
That was, if I'm not wrong, a day or two before the impeachment. Can you remember the actual date?
I think a day before impeachment.
A day before impeachment.
And so, that clip is not complete, Council.
Yes.
I think we've not heard the officer saying as to why he hadn't come to arrest me.
You can tell us because you are present. We may not have the benefit of the full video, but kindly, because it is a first-hand experience, tell us the explanation you got from the officer as to why he was seeking to interrupt your official function.
The officer was the area OCS, and then when people came in big numbers, the other bosses came along, and then he was asked to allow me go, and then he also apologized before everyone that it was a mistaken identity, and I forgive him.
Thank you. You have been accused of vilifying leaders. We have seen WhatsApp messages, you making certain utterances on WhatsApp groups, and even in one or two political rallies through the videos that were produced. Number one, have you vilified the leaders in Meru? Have you in any way vilified, demeaned the leaders in Meru?
I have not vilified any leader in Meru.
There was a particular comment you made on Facebook, on WhatsApp group regarding the deputy governor. And you said, "U ujinga sita kubali." What were you talking about?
I was talking about him having or gathering young men going around demeaning the governor and calling me a prostitute.
Was that a fair reaction, considering what we have seen? Was it expected of any human being to react and defend herself in the wake of such attacks?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not an angel. You must have feelings.
Thank you. Let us go briefly to the responses, and I believe you have answered to all the allegations in your notice, in your response that you first alluded to. You have answered, confirm that you have answered.
Yes, I have answered.
Satisfactorily to all the charges.
I have answered.
I want us to look at the first count, misappropriation and misuse of county resources. You came here and you also invited at the county assembly to answer to specific allegations, correct?
Yes.
Those specific allegations in respect to embezzlement and misuse of funds are found at 10A and B. Confirm?
Yes.
Embezzlement is A, withdrawal of county funds is B.
Yes.
Those were the only particulars of the allegations that you are invited to respond to.
These are the only particulars.
So then you could not have responded to anything outside what was framed.
I responded to the particulars or the charges.
Let me read to you. Embezzlement of county funds through the governor's sisters, Rose Kinya, Miriam Gwantai, Kenneth Gwantai, Nefat Kenywa, Edwin Morangeti. We will not go into whether they are your relatives or not, because we did that in another forum. Was there any table of particulars to indicate how much money Rose Kinya received, when they received them, how they have not accounted in A and B, because that is the only place where we see the particulars. Do you see any particular place where you are told Rose received this much, Miriam received this much, Nefat received this much, Kenneth received this much, Edwin received this much? Do you see that in the particulars?
There is no specific way or amount of money that is allocated to every person that the name appears in this accusation.
What instead they did is to throw a bush of infamous extracts and told you to look at those infamous, identify where Rose is, where Miriam is, Kenneth is, Nefat, Edwin. Is that what they did? Just giving you an infamous extract?
Just an infamous extract, to do it by myself, extract maybe the amount of money for Miriam, for Rose, for Kenneth, for Nefat.
In A and B, where the amount of 78 million is mentioned to have been embezzled, so that you are able to respond specifically to what you are facing.
There is nowhere a figure of 78 million is being indicated in this, as for the Miriam, Rose, Wantai, and the rest.
Apart again from the IFMIS extract.
It is only the IFMIS extract. Nothing else.
You have also seen the basis of their complaint. It is another complaint by Salesio Mutuma, who tables his own computation and files it with EACC. Is that correct?
Salesio Mutuma is an activist. He files a report to EACC, and the county assembly uses the same report that has been taken to the EACC by Salesio to accuse me of embezzlement of county funds. Nothing else apart from the report by Salesio Mutuma.
So then, even as you're making this response, Madam Governor, it is only out of abundance of caution that you supply the Senate with what you thought was necessary.
Yes.
Did you even have the guide to lead you to where you are supposed to get materials in support of any claim?
No.
None whatsoever.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any audit query or report that was generated by a competent body touching on embezzlement of county funds?
No audit report, no other report apart from an IFMIS report by Salesio Mutuma, an activist, to EACC.
But you have also taken time to explain what you thought the complainants might have been looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
And you have created a schedule that appears in your response. Kindly look at that. Appearing from what page?
105.
105 of our response, the small booklet.
Yes.
So then, the computation you did there, is it conclusive, or is it based on what you understood to be the case from the county assembly? Because there were no particulars.
It is not conclusive.
It is not conclusive.
Yes.
The document again that you attached, was there any particular order to which you are preparing those documents, or you are basically looking at the IFMIS extract and giving what you thought was a suitable answer because there was no particular charge or request for you to look at any specific issue?
I tried my best to look at it so that I can give a feedback.
Thank you. So had you been properly guided by the motion, you would have done a better job in giving them very specific answers to specific queries?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us proceed to the other charge of nepotism. First of all, let me ask you about this gentleman called Nefat Kenywa, who has been said to be a brother-in-law to you. Do you know Nefat Kenywa?
No. He's an employee of county government of Meru.
He's an employee of county government of Meru. Is he married to your sister?
None of my sisters are married.
Your sisters are single. So then Nefat cannot be your brother-in-law.
No.
Edwin Mutuma, is he your nephew? Nephew rather to your husband?
No.
You know very well the relatives, or rather siblings to your husband.
I met him around 4-5 months ago.
That is Edwin.
That is Edwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's not, again,
he's not a relative.
He's not a relative. Your husband, and now that I'm at it, has been accused of vilifying other leaders through a musical performance. There was a video that was played. For the sake of time, I will not ask for it to be played, but you are also present. I want you to look at the lyrics of that song. And even before you look at the lyrics, you are present.
Yes.
That song, to begin with, was sung in the Kiswahili dialect, true?
Yes.
So there was no need for it to be interpreted.
But Council, it's my prayer that we see the song so that I clear myself from that allegation.
Very well. Can we play? I could be guided where that clip is. It was a clip by As we wait for the song, Madam Governor, we will watch it. But did your husband make reference to any elected leader?
He did not.
Did he make any reference to any other leader by name?
He did not.
What was the first gentleman saying in his song, to the best of your recollection?
That's
In
why.
fact, we have got the Kiswahili. Just read a few. At page 251 of volume 2 of the County Assembly's document. Very quickly, Madam Governor, I urge you to read. We are pressed for time.
They want, is that from me?
Yes, just read in Swahili.
They want Kawira to come and help them steal. Kawira is against it. And when Kawira refuses, they dig.
I would love you to read the Kiswahili version. The song was sung in the Kiswahili version. That is the translation. Kindly read the Kiswahili version. This is also a Swahili speaking.
Kila siku wanamtafutia makosa, wanataka Kawira awasaidie kuiba. Kawira akakataa, akasema yeye hataki wizi. Wakati alipokataa, wakasema, wakaanza kumshimbia mashimo. Wanataka Kawira akule pesa, nao wanataka Kawira wakule pesa za barabara. Wanataka Kawira akubali wakule pesa ya dawa hospitali. Wanataka Kawira awasaidie kukula mali yetu. Igembe na waeleze ukweli kabisa, mpaka sasa sikilizeni kwa makini. Wanapanga pia kuchukua maisha ya Kawira. Wanapanga sasa mpaka kumuua Kawira. Lakini najua maombi yenu, huyo shetani ameshindwa katika jina la Yesu. Ati walikuwa wanasema tangu ile wakati ya impeachment ya kwanza, Kawira hajawahi kunywa chai kwa mikahawa ya Nairobi. Mara ya mwisho Kawira kunywa chai mikahawa ya Nairobi ni ile wakati ya impeachment. Na hiyo sasa ndio inafanya maadui wake wakasirike kabisa. Eti wanamtaka Kawira kuliko akuje okolea awe akienda Nairobi kule wakunywe nao chai na meza na pesa zenu. Kawira naye amekataa katakata, akasema kazi yake ni mashinani. Wenye wivu wajinyonge. Wenye wivu wajinyonge.
Is there anything demeaning or targeting any leader in those lyrics?
No, nothing. No leader is being targeted or mentioned by name.
Is it true that you're facing a threat to your life, that the first gentleman in a musical performance passed that information?
It is.
Is there anything wrong in that? In your husband coming to your defense when your life is in danger?
He should come and defend the wife.
Thank you. You have been accused of particularly assigning diplomatic duties to your two sisters, unqualified sisters.
Yes.
You have made an explanation to that allegation. Can
Yes.
you point out where that response is?
It's in page 10.
As we peruse through, Mr. Speaker, sir,
It's page 15.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I note that my time is up. I'm seeking your indulgence for just 30 more minutes for me to wind up.
You need an extra 30 minutes?
Yes, indeed, most humbly, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Tell us the response you have offered to the allegation that you assigned your two sisters diplomatic duties.
I was invited courtesy call to embassy in Nairobi, that is Slovakian. While on my way, I was diverted to attend a function at the State House. I can explain without reading.
Yes, kindly proceed.
On my way, I was accompanied by the County Secretary of Meru, my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and my driver. And then on the way, there was an urgent meeting. I decided to attend the meeting first so that I can join the other team later. The County Secretary joined or went to the embassy. As I was finishing from the State House, they had already done with the meeting. So I did not assign my sister any duty. It is just because I had traveled with my personal assistant and also the bodyguard to attend the meeting.
Did you later offer an explanation as to who attended that meeting and what was discussed in your Facebook at page 94?
Yes.
You confirm that the person that attended that meeting and presided and had discussions was the county secretary?
Yes.
Thank you. Let us go to the China trip that you have been accused of sending your sisters and relatives to a tour. You got an invitation from a company?
Yes, to China.
China.
Yes.
Did that company represent itself as having affiliations with the Chinese government, to the best of your understanding?
Yes, at first, the first case, it associated itself with the national or the country of China.
The state of China.
Yes.
You had planned initially to attend that trip. Is that the position?
Yes, I am planned to attend.
But before that, tell us, how often do you travel outside the country as the governor of Meru? How many trips have you had outside the country from the date you were sworn in as the governor?
I've only traveled once.
To which country?
South Korea.
When was that?
Around 6 months ago.
What was the practice when you travel? How do you travel? Do you travel with your team together? Do they travel in advance? What happened during your last trip to South Korea?
For this specific one, I sent my personal assistant, my bodyguard, and the team in advance. And then I met them there later.
Okay.
Yes.
Why did you send them in advance?
For preparations and also to know exactly what I'm supposed to do and
Okay.
arrange everything before I get there.
Okay. Was that the case with the China trip?
Yes, it was the case.
So who traveled to China and for what purpose did they travel?
Those who travel to China are 4 people. One is the C Waziri for Health,
Yes.
and one is the External Leakages Acting Director, my personal assistant, and my bodyguard.
Did you eventually travel to China?
No, I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
Why didn't you travel to China?
When my advance team arrived to China, it was contrary to what the Chinese people was given to our office was different because the private company or the people that came to visit Meru associated themselves with the Chinese government. And upon arrival of my team there, it was contrary to what they said. It was just a private business company interested in investing in Meru.
So the assertion that this was an opportunity for a cancer center to be established in Meru by well-wishers through a private public partnership, is that the position?
Is in the position. If at all it was a donor donating even a single item, I could be the first one to get there. But it was purely a business company interested in doing business in Meru.
You have read the affidavit of your CCM, George Gekunda.
Yes.
He explains clearly that they even discovered that the people who had invited you did not even have a physical office in China.
Yes, I've read it.
That they took them through various companies that manufacture items.
Yes.
But could not prove that they have any affiliation with any of those companies.
They did not have any.
Was it then safe for you to proceed to China with that information having been availed to you?
To me, it was a waste of time, even though the company was offering full sponsorship. But now, going to China just because of assisting some people to come and do business in Meru, it wasn't a priority to me.
Thank you. You have been questioned why the CEC or yourself did not seek any visa clearance to China. Do you have a Chinese visa?
Yes.
Yes, you do. So there was no need for you then, for the CS to ask for a visa to be provided. You already had one.
No.
Thank you. The deputy governor, has also accused you of arbitrarily relocating his office from next to your office to another block, changing the locks. Let me just read specifically. Number 1, he's accusing you of arbitrary reduction, suspension, and withdrawal of budgetary facilitation. Were you in any way involved in reduction and withdrawal of his budgetary facilitation?
No, and I cannot do that. In our office, we have AIE holder who used to be the chief of staff, and he does, via other officers, facilitation to our travels, facilitation to our offices, and it has been done according to the way I know things.
In fact, yesterday during cross-examination, it was discovered that one Nefat Kenya received a lot of facilitation on behalf of the deputy governor. Is Nefat Kenya an administrator in the office of the deputy governor?
Yes, it is the deputy governor himself that suggested that Nefat Kenya to be the administrator in his office.
Thank you. You have been accused of threatening the deputy governor to inflict bodily harm against the governor. And this is in reference to one of the WhatsApp group that you said, nitafinya kieleweke. You remember that WhatsApp group, WhatsApp post?
Yes.
What were you talking about when you said nitafinya kieleweke? You were also accused, to combine with that, of mobilizing jeshi ya kumaliza deputy governor. What were you referring to when you said choma jeshi?
Specifically, council, I would like to see where exactly I have referred the kufinya kieleweke or the jeshi to my deputy governor.
So you deny making that particular
The
comment
allegation
against-
is that it's to the deputy governor.
Yes.
Where exactly have I referred to my deputy governor?
Thank you. Who then were you referring to, or what was the context?
I was referring to the kind of things going around in Meru County, the type of bullying that is going around. Of course, as a leader, you have to respond to some of the issues that goes around. Kufinya kieleweke, what's wrong with that?
Thank you. So you were not making any reference to
I
the
was
deputy
not making
governor
any
and
reference
threatening.
to any particular person.
You have also been accused of forcefully breaking, entering and ransacking the deputy governor's office.
I think that is a criminal offense.
Yes.
And if at all I did that, then I think I could have been summoned by the CID or the relevant authorities for doing such an act. I've never done that.
Thank you. Arbitrary relocation of the deputy governor's office. Is it true that there were reorganizational issues in the office of the governor that saw certain offices moved from one location to the other?
Yes, there was reorganization after we earned a big team of acting chief officers. In Meru, we have two blocks, the old block and the new one. And then the old block that has been used by the first governor, Kiraito Moronge, and partly by Honorable His Excellency Peter Munya. And that is where the deputy governor was reallocated to stay.
Thank you. Let us move on to the issue of accusing other leaders of being the 10 cartels in Meru in an event where the head of state was in attendance. Were you referring to the members of parliament? Because that is what was said yesterday.
Council, why would one suggest that I was referring to anyone when I've not mentioned one?
Who were you talking about when you said kuna makatel zaidi ya 10?
There's a certain story in Meru, maybe to take 1 minute to explain. One person thieves broke to his home, stole his own goat, and then there was a chief's meeting with everyone in that village. And that old man akaenda amebeba mkuki, akasema ya kwamba katikati yenu ninaona kuna mtu ambaye ameiba ile mbuzi yangu. Just in 1 minute I will kill that person. Hakujua ni nani. Mtu mmoja akachomoka tu mara moja akaenda. That's when now the man realized who the person was. In my case, when I talked about Makatel, I not mentioned anyone. I said this county will not be micromanaged by few cartels or 10 cartels and few rich people to assume that Meru is the way they want to paint it bad.
Thank you.
I did not mention anyone.
You did not mention anyone. That's quite important. There are these WhatsApp groups in Meru, County Admin Services, Third Government, 012. Are you the admin of these groups?
I'm not. I was added in that group.
You were added in that
Yes.
group. Is it an official WhatsApp group in Meru?
No, we don't have an official WhatsApp group in Meru County.
Did you at any moment incite or encourage any admin to remove the deputy governor?
I don't know even the administrator. I was just handed.
Thank you. Did you encourage anyone to demean or insult?
No.
You did not. Thank you. I'll not talk about, let me ask you this question, it's quite important. It's the issue of sending certain employees of the county on compulsory leave. You remember that issue?
Yes, I remember.
You remember that issue? Number one, are you the one who sent these people on compulsory leave?
I'm not the one.
Who did that?
The county secretary.
County secretary.
Yes.
Are you aware that they were sent on compulsory leave?
I was notified after the county secretary sent them on compulsory leave due to some allegations that were reported to EACC.
So you are not part of the decision to send these people on compulsory leave?
No.
But you made a comment on Facebook about that issue.
Yes.
You confirm that you have appointed certain people to take charge of the revenue board.
Again, the appointment was done same as the sending of the same or the people on compulsory leave. Mine was to show or for people to know that these people are no longer doing or acting on behalf of Meru County government, and these are the new team that is on board.
Later on, you were subject of court proceedings in a case where these people cited you as a respondent, and subsequently there were contempt of court orders issued. Why were you cited as a respondent in that matter?
By virtue of my office, not even that single matter, but almost in all matters, I'm among the third or the fourth or the seventh respondent by virtue of my office.
So does it point out to any personal responsibility, or it is normal and ordinary for parties to file cases against the office of the governor?
It is normal, especially when it touches the county government of Meru.
Indeed, Madam Governor, when you came to office, you continued defending cases that were filed against the office of the governor for actions that took place even before you got to office?
When I got to office, I met 800 and something cases in court.
Those cases were citing the governor as a respondent?
Yes.
Did they in any way communicate that you personally had a responsibility to the action that offended the person who went to court, or it is by virtue of the office?
In all those cases, there is nowhere where I was directly responsible.
Thank you. Lastly, we have an issue of appointment of the following person. But before I go there, let us talk about the traffic marshals in Meru. You have been accused of creating this office called the traffic marshals without following due process. Did you commit that offense?
I did not appoint anyone for the traffic marshals. That was a pilot project from the Department of Public Service. Just like any other governor or leader, you are mandated or you're supposed to launch a project. But I did not participate in employing any of the traffic marshals.
Did you later seek the approval of the County Public Service Board to create this office?
The county secretary did it.
And those discussions are ongoing?
The discussions are ongoing.
Thank you.
And one council may ask, who then were the drivers of the border. We have the enforcement team and some few others that were piloting or were used to pilot the project. So we've never employed any single person to do that duty.
Thank you. You have been told that you bear the ultimate responsibility even for actions of your CECs, county chief officers, directors, drivers, your chief of staff. What is your understanding of your role as a governor of Meru County?
Of course, to provide leadership counsel, and also, even though in some ways I might be involved where I'm directly giving a direction, maybe via memo, because a government has a way of communication. But in this case, or in all these allegations before me today, none of them that I have alluded my signature, neither given a memo for the accusations that are before me.
Thank you. The very last, we have seen a lot of, and I do not wish to go deep in it, but we have seen the county assembly trying to make a big deal of some payments that were done on one day to Rose, to other members of county government. Is it that these people are being paid for forged interest? Or why is it that there's an indication of many payments done on one day? To the best of your understanding, though you may not have the technical.
In county government, Mr. Speaker and the honorable senators, we receive funds not in one bunch. At times, funds are delayed, and some functions have to continue, like traveling, like meetings, and in most cases, we do or they do using their own money, like traveling, and then when money gets in or lands to our accounts, then they are paid. The issue of paying 10 payments in a day might have been a delay of payments which has not been done for a month or two.
Thank you. When you travel, is money put in your account or it is deposited in the account of your PA, or it's your PA who receives it?
Since I became a governor, none of a single or no single coin has ever been deposited to my account.
How do you travel? Who then receives that money for your facilitation?
The PA.
Thank you.
The administrators.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is all for this witness. I wish to hand her over for cross-examination. Thank you.
County Assembly, you may proceed to do your cross-examination. By way of indication, counsel for the County Assembly, how much time do you need?
Mr. Speaker, if it finds favor with you, we request 2.5 hours.
You request?
2.5 hours. We only make this request, Mr. Speaker, based on the scope of the issues covered by the witness. They are not issues we can address in a short time. Our main witness, I think, was cross-examined for a similar amount of time. It's only fair for purposes of equality of arms.
Let's try 1.5, and then we'll gauge it from there.
The Honorable Governor Mwangaza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Would you agree that the cultural structure and values and attitudes of the Mount Kenya community are substantially similar, even though there may be small details of variation?
No.
So it is your case, the culture of the Meru, Embu, and the Gikuyu are vastly different.
Yes.
Are their languages also vastly different, or are they substantially mutually intelligible?
Different.
Are they mutually intelligible?
No.
I put it to you, Kawira, that anyone who lives in this country actually knows there isn't much difference in the cultures, values, and attitudes of those three communities. What do you say to that?
There is difference because, for example, in Meru we have Jorincheke. Do the Kikuyus have Jorincheke?
They have Kiama, and I'm sure you know even the Jorincheke is also called Kiama. It's just a difference of names. Anyway, Governor Kawira Mwangaza is the governor of Embu a man or a woman?
A woman.
To the best of your knowledge, is this woman governor being hounded out by some misogynistic male leadership?
Unless she's here to testify, I cannot testify.
To the best of your knowledge, has the woman governor of Embu been impeached 3 times? Has she faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
I know of one Anne Waiguru who was impeached twice.
Let's stick to Embu for now. As the governor of Embu faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Nakuru equally as a woman governor, right?
Yes.
It has a huge population of Mount Kenya diaspora. True or untrue?
True.
As that woman governor in Nakuru faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Kwale as a woman governor, true or false?
True.
The people of Kwale are Bantus, just like the people of Mount Kenya, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has that woman governor faced 3 impeachment motions in the last 1 year?
No.
Homa Bay, which is a different cultural area, as a woman governor, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Has she faced any impeachment motion in the last 1 year?
No.
As a matter of fact, Meru itself, as an elected woman MCA, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, has that woman MCA in Meru encountered any backlash from a toxic masculinity to hound her out of office?
Several times.
Have you adduced that evidence anywhere in your response?
No, because it was not part and a parcel of my response.
Meru as a woman representative, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In fact, you yourself were a woman representative of Meru for a whole 5 years.
Yes.
Did anyone try to recall you because you are a woman?
No.
Good. Let's go to, you just told Mr. Speaker, it's more common story in Meru. Tell me whether you know of this story, which is also very common in Meru, of a woman who would beat her husband, then scream, and because the society is socialized to think it is the man beating the woman, and she has locked the house, people would think it is the man who was beating the woman, while the truth was the other way around. Have you ever heard of that story?
No.
Of course, you've never heard of it, because it's not convenient. Let's agree, Governor Kawira, for argument's sake, without conceding, let's agree the MCAs are indeed acting under the influence of external people. Would that mean your sisters never received the monies we allege?
Pardon?
If we temporarily agree for argument's sake that the reason the MCAs have impeached you all these times is because of toxic masculinity and evil motives and malice and whatnot, we want, for argument's sake, in my next series of questions, to work on the assumption that that is true. If the MCAs are malicious, would that be an answer to why your sisters were receiving monies irregularly from the county?
No.
If the MCAs are intimidated or influenced, would that be an answer to the count on usurpation of statutory functions of the County Public Service Board?
No.
Indeed, Governor Kawira, the motivations of the MCAs, you will agree, are therefore irrelevant as long as there is evidence in support of the charge.
There is no support in the charge.
That's for the Senate to decide, but assuming there is evidence in support of the charge, is it your position the charge would fail because even though there is evidence, the MCAs are driven by an ulterior motive? Is that what you're inviting the Senate to do, assuming the Senate believes you're an innocent victim of evil machinations? Does that undo the evidence against you on the charges?
The charges should have evidence.
If they have the evidence, my question is, would evil intentions on the part of the MCAs undo that evidence? Would the evidence cease to exist because the MCAs are acting maliciously?
No.
The answer is?
No.
No. So you will agree with me, therefore, the case against you should be decided on the evidence, not on the motivations of the MCAs.
Yes, on the evidence.
Thank you very much. That's a very useful answer. Let's go to the complaint by Celesio. Mr. Speaker, that would be from page 1 of volume 2. You just told the Senate that the reason you did not account for the entire 78 million is because the motion only related to your sisters. Is that still your position?
Yes.
Did you read volume 2 as you read the impeachment motion?
Where is the volume?
Did you read the bundle that contains the Assembly's evidence?
The evidence is the IFMIS extract by Celesio.
Correct.
Yes.
In fact, the impeachment motion says the evidence is in the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
It would mean, therefore, the impeachment motion must be read together with the complaint by Celesio. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Can you refer to paragraph 11 of the motion? 11A, can you read it to the Senate?
Yes, I can read.
Read it for us.
87 of 68. Evidence of the governor engagement, convenience, and complicity in the proceeding. 2, gross violation of the Constitution. 3, 2, gross misconduct. 3, gross abuse of office to be found in a complaint by Duranira Saresio Mutuma to Ethics and Corruption Commission on 11th August 2023.
So you agree, you are given sufficient notice that the assembly will be relying on the complaint by Celestio in the motion itself. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Fair enough.
Incorrect.
We said it's okay, we can live with your answer. But let's go to the complaint by Celestio. Can you go to page 4, volume 2? What does it say? At 2.5?
Volume.
It refers to Kawira Rukaria Catherine, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore correct that you had prior notice. There is a complaint by Celestio regarding payments to this particular person.
Kawira Rukaria.
Did you or did you not receive this page 4, volume 2, Governor Kawira? Either you did or you did not receive it.
I want to see the charge first because the charge talks about embezzlement of funds by relatives.
Yes, we moved from the charge to the evidence where you already referred to the complaint by Celestio. The complaint has to be read in its entirety.
The author of the IFMIS report, Celestio, in the IFMIS report, we have more than 100 persons who have received the funds.
And all these 100 persons are persons working in your office, correct or incorrect?
And these 100 persons are not mentioned in the impeachment.
Fair enough, Governor. Do these 100 persons work in your office? Either they do or they don't.
I'm not aware of everyone who works in my office.
Good. But does page 17 indicate these are transactions by persons who work in your office? At the top of page 17, does it show that these are transactions by persons who work in your office?
Currently, county government of Meru, we have 6,000 employees, and I cannot know every person by name.
Governor, unfortunately, you don't have the luxury of ducking my questions. My question is, does this IFMIS indicate in black and white that these are transactions by persons working in your office?
I don't.
Either it does or it doesn't.
I don't think so.
Can you read the top, the very first item on that page 17?
Yes.
Read it to the Senate.
Vote. So small ones I can't see.
I don't mind if your assistant can read for you.
Okay.
She can read for you.
Vote 3562, Meru, Office of the Governor.
You will agree, Madam Governor, the document itself indicates it's about transactions in your office, not another office.
In my office, from July 2022, when I was not the governor of Meru.
Yes, and while you were seated here, we pointed out only 12 transactions lie in the previous regime, all the others have happened when you were the governor, correct or incorrect?
And that's why, Council, you want me to know everyone who, including those who worked in the previous regime, from this document?
You won't get away from this, Madam Governor, by being clever. Can you see page 17? You confirm the transactions begin on 1st July,
Yes.
when Kiraitu was the governor,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it follows like that, 1st July, and when July ends, the next entries are for 20th September 2022, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
Correct. You are the governor as at September 2022.
Yes.
It must therefore follow that for all these hundreds of transactions, all of them except the first 12 happened during your tenure as governor of Meru.
Yes.
Good. Let's go back to the complaint by Celestio. At page 4, Celestio talks of withdrawals by Kadure Rukaria Catherine, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And he has analyzed them, and most of them are indicated the payment description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
In your understanding of government accounting and PFM, should public money be expended and the accounting description is not applicable?
Council, I'm not an accountant.
You are the governor, unfortunately, so answer my question.
As the governor of Meru, the way I understand is that after this IFMIS report, if it's a genuine one, of which I doubt, follows an audited report. Before me, if it was an audited report which clears or rectifies any mess that is in IFMIS report, then it could be a question that I could be easily able to answer.
Does the county government have access to IFMIS?
Yes.
In fact, your junior officials have credentials to IFMIS.
Yes.
Therefore, they could easily have just logged in and printed the correct IFMIS if your case is you doubt the authenticity of this one. Correct or incorrect?
I repeat again that IFMIS extract is not the final document.
That's not my question, Madam Governor. The question is, would your CC finance, would your chief officer finance, would your own chief of staff, who is the accounting officer in your office, do all these people have login credentials to IFMIS?
They have.
Good. And therefore, when the assembly asked you to present the IFMIS extract, all your officials needed was to log in, print, submit. Correct or incorrect?
There was a reply by the...
There is a reply. Answer my question. All they needed to do, if there was any reason to doubt the authenticity of this IFMIS, was to log in and print.
Council, do the assembly rely on IFMIS?
Madam Speaker, I ask that the witness answers my question. I don't want to have an altercation with her. I need your protection, Madam Speaker.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, please.
They have the right to print the...
Yes, and therefore you will acknowledge all they needed to put this matter to rest if there was no embezzlement was to log in and print. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
But instead of doing that very simple task, your CEC and your officials, what they did is to manually type their own figures instead of those on the system. Page 105 of your response. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Are you saying the document at page 105 of your response is a system-generated report?
This is generated from my office or from the Salesio?
It is from your office. It is in your response, Madam Governor.
In my response, we are dealing with the IFMIS report by Salesio, the activist, or a report from my office.
If I unpack your own defense for you to answer the question, I don't know, Madam Speaker, who is answering questions. In your defense, you actually rely on the report by Salesio. And in addition, you have brought something you have manually typed, which is a parallel document, not the one from IFMIS.
Council, you're insisting that she has typed and she's saying they did not. Can you re-ask the question so that she can answer that?
On its face, the document in your defense, is it generated from IFMIS or is it manually typed? Because that should be clear from the face of the document.
This is the summary of IFMIS payment.
It is not an extract from IFMIS, is it or is it not?
It is an extract of the IFMIS.
Does it have a timestamp?
Time out.
And if timestamp?
Yes.
Where is the timestamp? Show it to us.
It has the voucher number, the payee.
I'm not talking about voucher numbers. I'm talking about a timestamp. System-generated reports from IFMIS indicate when they were printed, when they were downloaded. They leave a footprint. Who keyed them and when? You will agree, Madam Governor, so that we save time. Your document is not system-generated. And that's why I said you typed it. If you refuse to answer the question, I'll proceed and invite the Senate to make whatever conclusions it wants to conclude from that refusal.
Council, you can put it to her and proceed.
There?
You can put it to her and proceed.
Madam Governor, I'm putting it to you that you're refusing to answer this question.
I'm not refusing to answer any question.
I put it to you, you're dodging my questions.
Which one particularly?
Whether the report at page 105 of your defense is a system-generated document or a document typed on a desk by someone.
It's a system of a summary of IFMIS payment.
We'll leave it to the Senate to see who to believe on that so that we don't spend all the time on one issue. At page 10 of our volume 2, how much money does Salesio say Catherine Rukaria irregularly withdrew from the vote for the office of the governor? 29, there is a total there. It is how much? Can you read it for the Senate?
Grant total payment made by Catherine Rokaria, 29,018,714.
How much does he give as the total that was withdrawn from your office during this period covered by the IFMIS?
Grant total paid to the county government of Meru.
Yes.
That is 188 million. That is the grant total paid to the county government.
Read the exact figure. What is the exact figure?
88,609,373.
And it says the amount withdrawn by just one Catherine Rukari is what percentage of the total? It is indicated there in black and white.
15%.
15%.
Yes.
Let's go to lead and gather, same page 10. Again, Salesio has outlined many payments where the description is not applicable. Correct or incorrect on the face of it?
Correct.
Let's go to page 12. that involves your sister. Salesio has again listed all the specific payments to your sister, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And again, most of them, the item description is not applicable. And on the IFMIS, the description is prepayment. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And what is the total amount, this sister of yours?
2,769,000.
Is this amount smaller or bigger than the total amount for the interest you have submitted to the Senate? This amount here of 2,769,000, is it smaller or bigger than the amount you have accounted for?
Let me see the booklet that have accounted for.
You have only accounted for 2.6 million, Madam Governor, for all the relatives, and yet for just one of them, the amount irregularly disbursed is 2.7 million. I'm putting it to you that the sum of the amount of money you have accounted for all your relatives is actually smaller than the amount paid to just one of them, as per this document.
And as per this document, which is an IFMIS report, the audited report clears any error that is in this report. We have cases in this same report that you are referring to, some of the payments named as hospitality payment, which are hospital surprise rather than hospitality payments. Who will rectify the mess which is still in your evidence booklet named as hospital surprise rather than hospitality surprise?
Governor Kawira, who is responsible for inputting transactions on IFMIS at Meru County?
PFM Act Section 103 gives the responsible person to correct the measures. It establishes the CEC finance is the end and it makes all decisions. And the Public Audit Act 31 spells out the audit process for documents to be tabled before Parliament and Assembly.
So you will agree with me?
So this IFMIS report must go through the audit for us to get a final copy that can be read by this honorable House.
Except that's not the question I asked you, and I agree with you. But you agree the answer to my question is that it is your officials who enter the data in this IFMIS.
Who is right now? Is it our officials or the activists?
Answer my question, Madam Speaker, please.
Councillor, what is your question?
My question is whether it is county officials in Meru who keyed in the data on IFMIS.
Governor?
Yes, it is the county officials for our case.
And therefore you will agree with me, if there is any misrepresentation of hospital as hospitality in IFMIS, the person that should take responsibility for that is your own officials, correct or incorrect?
Correct, and that's why we have another process.
I have received my answer,
audit.
Madam Governor. You have said it's correct. You have given an explanation that the reason your officials and relatives receive all these payments is by way of interest. That's why on IFMIS it is captured as prepayment, isn't it?
Yes.
Are you aware an imprest is to be surrendered within 7 days?
Prepayment cancel is money requested for activities not done, and after the activities have been done, the accounting person accounts for every coin before receiving any other money.
Again, you're dodging my question.
Repeat
The question is, isn't an imprest supposed to be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days?
Surrender of imprest are surrendered within specific days.
My question is very easy. By law, should an imprest be surrendered within 7 days? It's either yes or no. Should an imprest be surrendered and accounted for within 7 days? What's your answer, Madam Governor?
I'm not sure if it's within 7 days.
Fair enough. You will also agree with me, this report covers an entire year, financial year, July to the date, the last date there. Correct or incorrect?
Correct.
And therefore, if payments made in September last year by way of imprest still appear as prepayment, the only conclusion that arises is that those imprest were never surrendered and accounted for. It is the only accounting conclusion that ensues, Madam Governor. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect. And the reason is that you cannot receive funds from the Treasury before surrendering everything that you received earlier on.
As a matter of fact, Madam Governor, so that I show you you're a liar, can an officer be given an imprest without accompanying hard cash?
Repeat again.
Is an imprest given with, is an imprest when an officer takes an imprest, aren't they given cash? Isn't that why it is indicated as a prepayment? Because they have been given cash to expend and later account.
It depends whether the
It is
county
yes
government...
or no, Madam Governor. Can one be given an imprest without a cash disbursement to them? Would you call that an imprest?
It is a prepayment.
Madam Governor, I put it to you, you can't have it both ways. It is your case that the reason these items appear as imprest on IFMIS is because they were by way of imprest. Isn't that your defense, Madam Governor?
Can you ask clearer? What is it? What question do you want her to answer?
The question, Madam Governor, which I'm putting to you, is that your answer that officers take imprest and then later on, when money is disbursed from Treasury, they are paid. That is why they are paid several, they appears.
What is the question? Are you putting it to her or you asking?
I'm putting it to her, Madam Speaker, that your answer cannot hold, which you gave in chief, that the reason your relatives have several payments on the same day is because money is paid after the event and after there has been an accumulation. That cannot be correct because an imprest is always supported by hard cash. So it is given on cash basis. So the question of waiting for money does not hold, Madam Governor.
These are prepayments and these are money requested for activities not paid before. And when money arrives to the county government, they are paid. For example, if I'm traveling today from here to a certain destination, we will use our own resources and later surrender the documents for the person concerned to receive the payment.
Let's use your own
Travelers-
example, Madam Governor, pause it there. If you travel today on your own money, which will be refunded later, would you be given an interest for spending your own money?
You'll be paid for spending.
That's
your
not
money.
my question, Madam Governor. You're going on a trip, and we all agree it happens every day. On your own money to be refunded later. Are you given an interest on that occasion when you're traveling on your own pocket to claim later?
You will be given interest if there are some goods you are required to buy on cash. And the amount of money that the council we are discussing is the office of the governor, where there are no projects apart from the usage of money by way of travelers and other things like purchase of items in the office of the governor. No projects is done in the office of the governor. How else do we expect the office of the governor to work or to receive money if not by this form?
I
Which
did
is-
ask
which
you
is
any
other
question,
formula.
Madam Governor, about projects. We are talking.
Councillor, can you wrap up on that question? And can you, I think the Senate might be able to appreciate the issue of interests. I request that you move to the next question.
Madam Speaker, my name is Meru, and I have a few questions for the governor. Madam Governor, we were told by your witness, the CEC for Legal and Public Service Management, that the originals of the surrender documents are with the auditors. Is that your position?
Yes.
And he told us that the originals that are with the auditors are signed. Is that your position?
Yes.
So if the originals are with the auditors and they are signed, where did you get these surrender documents that are not signed?
Council, what happens after you surrender the interest? When you surrender the surrender of the interest, you have a voucher that is in your documents attached to your files, signed, verified, and examined by an examiner. I think those are the documents you have. Are they examined and verified?
No, the documents we have are not examined or signed by the Director of Accounts or by the Chief Officer of Finance. And if your testimony or your evidence is that the originals are signed and they are with the auditors, where did you get these copies that are not signed? Can you have two documents, one which is signed, the original, and another document that is not signed with respect to the same transaction?
Of course, every person have to keep a record of what maybe you might be asked to give and give it out.
So you would agree with me then that the documents you provided here are not a proper record or representation of the documents that are with the auditors?
And that's why we have...
No, it's a yes, no question. Would you agree with me then that the documents that you've provided here, because they are not signed, and the ones that are with the auditors, the originals, are signed, then these documents obviously are not a proper representation or copies of the documents you submitted to the auditors?
They are the same documents submitted to the auditors.
Madam Speaker, I think at this point I'll invite the Senate to make the necessary conclusion. Governor, you can turn with me to page 295 of our volume 2. And my first question, Governor, is whose responsibility is it by law to appoint chief officers? Is it your responsibility to appoint chief officers?
No.
By law, whose responsibility is it to appoint chief officers?
Public Service Board.
Governor, maybe I can clarify there that the position of the law, if you check section 45 of the County Governments Act, is that the governor appoints chief officers on recommendation of the County Public Service Board.
Yes.
The County Public Service Board advertises.
Yes.
They shortlist.
Yes.
They interview.
Yes.
Then they submit names. And in fact, in your case, they submitted 3 names for every department.
Yes.
To the governor for formal appointment.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So who does the actual appointment? The governor.
Yes.
So the document at page 295, now that you agree that it is the governor who formally appoints chief officers as by law. You will then you will agree with me, Governor, that the document at page 295 emanates from your office. It is signed by the county secretary for Her Excellency the Governor, and it communicates your decision as governor to appoint certain individuals as chief officers, some in acting capacity, some in substantive positions, correct?
Council, I would like you.
It's a yes/no question, Governor, so that we move.
There's no.
So you have not appointed these persons?
I've not appointed.
Okay. I'll refer you then to number 1, Naomi Kamunde, that is appearing. Can you read aloud what the document says at number 1?
I want to read from slightly above number 1.
Okay, you can start there then.
Redeployment.
Okay. Redeployment, go ahead. Or maybe assistant can
In
read for you.
order to improve on efficiency and effectiveness in the service delivery, the following changes have been agreed upon.
Okay.
Naomi Kamunde to move from Office of the Governor, Directorate of Protocol, to perform functions of Chief Officer, Office of the Governor, awaiting substantive Chief Officer.
Okay.
Yes.
So by this letter, Naomi Kamunde is to move from the Office of the Governor, correct?
Yes.
And perform the functions of Chief Officer, awaiting a substantive Chief Officer, correct?
Yes.
And we've agreed that the power to appoint chief officers resides in you as a governor.
Is that appointment?
No, we have agreed that the power to appoint resides in you as a governor, correct?
Yes.
Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board?
In this case?
No, it's a yes/no question, Governor. Is it your position that in appointing chief officers in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
Who has signed this document?
It is signed. Answer my question, Madam Speaker. I think at this point I'll seek your protection. May the witness answer the question.
Madam Governor, just answer the question, sir.
It's a yes?
Repeat again.
Is it your evidence that in appointing chief officers, in whatever capacity, whether substantive or acting, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board? Is that your evidence?
When appointing a new chief officer.
When appointing a new chief officer. So I take it that it is your evidence that when appointing a chief officer in acting capacity, the governor need not consult the County Public Service Board. That is your evidence.
The county secretary also has the powers.
By what? By which law? By which law? Show me the law. I am willing to be persuaded, Madam Governor. Show me the law. What allows the county secretary to appoint chief officers
Not
in
to
whatever
appoint,
capacity?
but to redeploy.
Governor, the question is not on the deployment. The question is on appointment. The question is on appointment. And turn with me to page 335. What document is on page 335?
Advisory on transfers and appointments.
Okay.
This is an advisory.
An advisory by the County Public Service Board. At paragraph 2, just read aloud what the County Public Service Board has advised all chief officers, because this is an internal memorandum, through the County Secretary, who is the head of public service.
The County Public Service Board have advised the County Secretary and the end of public service, but not the Governor of Meru.
Okay. But we agreed that it is a function of the governor to appoint chief officers. We agreed on that, section
Yes,
45.
yes.
Okay.
But
Go ahead
there
and
is
read it.
no
Just go ahead and do what?
advisory by the county government or the County Public Service Board to the governor.
I agree with you on that, but I'm saying just read paragraph 2. Or do I read it aloud for you to agree?
No, I should read.
Okay.
This is advisory to the county secretary and end of public service with respect to establishment of offices, appointment, including acting appointments to all levels of staff. Please note that it is the sole statutory responsibility of the County Public Service Board as guided by the sections 59, subsection 1, A and B, 63 and 64 of the County Government Act 2012, to read together with the section 34, Act 2017, and section 16 and 23, PSC Regulations 2020. Any other appointments done outside this is deemed null and void.
The County Public Service Board says that all appointments, including acting appointments at all levels of staff, is by law, and the laws are quoted there. It is the sole statutory responsibility of the board, correct?
Yes.
So could you then, you or your or your county secretary, in the document on page 295 and 296, purport to appoint chief officers in acting capacity or substantive capacity? Could you purport to do so? Are you within the law in purporting to do so? That is my question.
I am not the one that did this. The letter is clearly signed by the county secretary.
But for who, Madam Governor? The letter is signed by the county secretary for who? For the governor, correct? And the appointment is issued in the letterhead of the office of the governor, correct? At page 295.
Where?
At page 295, on the top of the page, the letterhead is office of the governor, correct?
The letterhead for all the offices in my office have office of the governor, not this one specifically.
No problem, but this one specifically is office of the governor.
Yes.
Is the county secretary?
Council, sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
I would like to alert all parties of the timelines that we are going to follow, and we are going to strictly adhere to this. The cross-examination will end at 7:10 without any extra minute. The re-examination will start from 7:10 to 7:30. The clarification by senators will start from 7:30 to 7:50. And then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the County Assembly for 60 minutes from 7:50 to 8:50. Then we'll have the closing statement on behalf of the government for 60 minutes from 8:50 to 9:50. And then from 9:50 to 10, we will have an in-camera session, and the Senate will then have a debate on the motion and division between 10 and 11:50 p.m. So this is to alert you to just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Very well, Madam Speaker. We are guided accordingly. So, Governor, back to my question. The specific letter on page 295 is issued in your letter, in the letterhead of the office of the governor. And we have agreed that the governor is the appointing authority for chief officers, correct? Is the county secretary a staff in the office of the governor?
The county secretary
Yes.
and the public.
Is the county
Staff
secretary
in the county government of Meru?
staff in the county government of Meru?
Yes.
You will agree with me that the county secretary is the head of public service,
Yes.
and is therefore not a staffer in the office of the governor.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So, in as much as you might want to say that the county secretary was signing on your behalf, is not.
The county secretary
is not a staffer in your office, correct?
The county secretary assigned the letter
For the governor, though he is not a staffer in your office, correct? Governor, turn with me to page 384 of our volume 2. Under paragraph 4, that is a response by the County Public Service Board to the clerk of the County Assembly. You will agree with me that in that response, the County Public Service Board states, and I quote, the board is the appointing authority according to Section 64 of the County Government Act.
Not disputed.
And the board, however, was not involved in the appointment of the acting chief officers as per the Act. You agree with me? At least that is apparent on the face of the document, correct?
Maybe.
You agree?
I'm not the one that was writing to them.
No, but you agree that is what the board says, Governor. That is
Yes,
obvious.
according to the letter.
Okay. So the board, the County Public Service Board, actually disowns your appointment and says that the appointments of the 17 chief officers whom you have appointed on the 23rd of August, most of whom are in acting capacity, was done without its involvement. Correct?
And to me, the board, the role of
So
the
yes, no question, Governor, so that we move.
council, the role of the board is to give advisory to the end of county public service.
The role of the board is to recommend for appointment to you so that you appoint. The powers reside in you, not the county secretary. We agree on that, Governor. So, and the board disowns those appointments and says that you did not consult the board in making the appointments. You specifically, because you are the appointing authority.
And I specifically did not appoint any person.
I think.
Madam Speaker, we are constrained to seek your direction because we believe the rules of cross-examination is that a witness answers questions, they don't tell stories. And the reason we seek your direction and perhaps invocation of your powers under the relevant standing order is that we believe this witness is engaging us in an altercation, knowing very well our time is very limited, so that we don't have the opportunity to put to her all the relevant questions that we need to put.
Madam Governor, please answer the questions as asked.
Council, I have never appointed
Madam
any
Speaker,
of these.
Madam Speaker, just hold on. Council, can you ask the question and can she answer it?
Madam Governor, my question is, the County Public Service Board has disowned your appointments.
Not my appointments.
Who is the appointing authority?
The person who has signed here.
So, Governor, are you saying you have abdicated your roles as governor and you delegated your authority to appoint to the county secretary?
I have not delegated.
So, who appointed these officers? Is it you or the county secretary?
The county secretary.
Okay. So, Governor, you're saying you're telling this honorable house that as governor, you can delegate your statutory authority to appoint the chief officers, just a moment, Madam Speaker. I want to show you, you can turn to our volume 3, or maybe I can just show you our volume 3. It's a small bundle with a green cover. The appointment of county chief officers. Governor, you will agree with me on 45, section 45. It reads as follows: that whenever a vacancy arises in the office of the county chief officer, the respective governor shall within 14 days nominate qualified and experienced county chief officers from among persons competitively sourced and recommended by the County Public Service Board, and with the approval of the County Assembly, appoint county chief officers. You agree? That is the law. That is the law, Governor. You agree?
Council, I agree.
Very well, Madam Governor. So, have you presented a valid authority before this House to show that you could validly delegate your authority to the county secretary to appoint this chief officer on your behalf?
The acting chief.
Is there an authority? Is there an authority, Madam Governor?
Council,
From your documents.
Let me explain, Council.
Is there an authority? Yes or no?
These acting
Madam
chief
Governor, is there an authority?
Are
Madam
directors
Governor,
in the same
they want
office.
a yes or no answer. Just answer whether you.
No one has
delegated
been
that authority.
sourced from outside. These are directors at acting capacity awaiting
I think, Madam
substantive
Speaker,
recruitment.
I leave the Senate to draw a conclusion on that question. Madam Governor, you can turn with me to page 68 of our volume 2. And for purposes of clarity, in your exam in chief, you stated that you did not travel to China, correct?
Yes,
You never traveled to China.
I have.
Did you seek clearance to travel to China?
Yes,
You sought clearance,
yes,
but you never traveled.
yes.
Okay. The document on page 68 says, and the question is, the persons in the letter that is signed by the county secretary makes reference to following the invitation of the governor of Meru County, the following technical team. The wording is technical team, correct?
Yes.
And turn with me to page 86. In that letter, you can see your name listed there as part of the persons who were supposed to travel to China, correct?
Yes,
So you never did.
I never did.
So, because, Madam Governor, your defense is that your relatives traveled as part of an advance team, yet in the letter of 5th June 2023, we see that you tried to obtain clearance on the same day. Were they traveling as part of an advance team of another team that was to come if you are in the same letter with them seeking clearance? Is that defense consistent with what we see on page 86?
Yes, it is.
Fair enough. And at page 87, Madam Governor, we see a Mr. Nefat Kenyu Meme, whose title is designated as Director External Linkages, correct?
Yes.
And in your testimony, you say that he was an office administrator in the office of the governor.
Yes, and later moved to act in the external leakages.
And later moved to?
External leakages acting director.
Okay. Was he competitively recruited by the board in order for him to act? Okay, not competitively recruited. Let me rephrase, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Was he formally appointed by the board, County Public Service Board, in order for him to act as a director external linkages? Was he?
He was an
Yes or no?
He was an employee of county government.
Was he appointed formally by the County Public Service Board in that acting capacity? Was he?
By the county public service board?
Yes.
No,
He was not.
but by the county secretary.
The county secretary?
Yes.